9% empty space. The base framework of reality itself, at the deepest quantum level, is not made of matter, but of little statistical probabilities appearing wherever they need to appear next. Even the majestic ticking minutes of time itself are quantized at 10 to the negative 43 seconds. So tell me straight, Rabbi, have any powerful people attempted to bury this knowledge?
I tried to figure out where was the disconnect in history.
This video is about the Nephilim, a mystery that goes back even further than Babylon. Enjoy the ride. Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God went in to the daughters of men and bore children by them. These were the mighty ones of old, famous warriors of ancient times.
In all the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, and then even the early Jewish commentators all stood on the same ground with this, why is there such a disconnect? I researched something interesting. There was a second council in Constantinople from the early Roman Church. This was in 553
Right.
AD. They decreed that the teachings of Origen, an early church writer, on the subject of angels to be heresy.
This guy here was found in Peru. And here's a little baby one from Peru. Take a look at that right there. Look at the little fingers on that going up that long head. And this, of course, is Siberia, Russia.
Enoch, this is where Enoch was rejected. This is where the early church fathers started becoming objective. And if you see something here really interesting, they go really far with this. They're even saying that men cannot be possessed of demons in any shape, form, or fashion.
Look at the size of the mallet on that one from Peru. He almost doesn't look friendly, does he? And this one here is from the sands of Iran. This is one of apparently about 20 from a dig site in Germany. Would you say there's anything at all about that guy there that doesn't look, I don't know, human? This one was found in Bolivia. Hold on to your seats. We're gonna go over some unique features on these long heads in just a minute. Also found in Russia, Peru. The sheer mass on the back of some of these is astounding. Here's a child being held. Look at the size of that one in the middle. This may be the largest one in terms of head volume out of Peru.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it?
This presentation that you're watching is called Fallen Angels, Rise of the Nephilim. What I'm holding in my hand right here is a serpent idol. This presentation that you're watching is called Fallen Angels, Rise of the Nephilim. What I'm holding in my hand right here is a serpent idol. These are found in the area all around where ancient Eridu was, in current day Iraq, where the Tower of Babel, the areas where the Tower of Babel was, where you also find a lot of what are called eye temples. A portion of the reason that they're called eye temples is you find all of these little wispy, ghost, E.T. looking characters, supernatural characters that have all of these little eyes on them. Little eye idols. This particular idol is a serpent goddess. Its name would be Namu or the Tiamat, one of the oldest forms of worship on earth, the Nakash in the garden. The word Nakash has three uses in one, just as the Nakash comes from Genesis 3. As a noun, it means serpent. That's where you're getting the common translation in the book of Genesis, that this was just a serpent in the garden. But it's much more than that, because as a verb, it means this serpent, just like this idol here, means to be divine, is what it means. Now, as an adjective, it means the shining one. So this character that we're finding in the book of Genesis in chapter 3 is a luminous, serpentine creature, seeming angelic and wise, yet evil. Therefore, it would only be appropriate for us to begin coming from Genesis 3, where the serpent makes entrance, going to the passages of Genesis 6, where it reads this: When men began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born unto them, the sons of God, the word there is B'nai Ha-Elohim. This means a direct creation of God. These are angels. The sons of God, these are fallen angels in this context, saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them that they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with mankind forever, for they are mortal, and their days will be 120 years. Now, whether you're using the text of Genesis or this little replica that I have here of the Sumerian King's List or any of these other documents, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, they're talking about in the ancient past, they're stating that over time you have been losing things, which is the reverse of what is commonly taught, that you are declining over time, that everything here, that you've gone from a lush pre-flood world to a very diminished and reduced state. So right at the beginning of this, I'd like to present you these two skulls. These are both museum quality replicas of skulls. So this one that's in my hand right here, this is a replica of a modern human skull, is what this is. And I'm going to turn it a couple of different directions for you. On this side next to me, pull that in the screen just a little more, that is what's called a Neanderthal skull. Now I'm going to remove the bottom jaw from this modern human skull right here that I'm holding, and I'm going to remove the bottom jaw of this skull on this side. I'm going to hold both of these skulls up for you. This is the modern human skull. I want you to look at those rinky-dink little teeth that are on that skull right there. Now I want you to look at how thick those teeth are on that Neanderthal, this ancient skull right here in my hand, this ancient human skull. Those teeth right there, let me ask you, could those teeth and that bone structure on this skull last for many hundreds of years? Whereas this skull looks pretty rinky-dink and like it would fall apart pretty fast by comparison. Ancient skull, modern skull. Now as I set these skulls down on this desk here, I would like to share with you also that whether you're looking at the pages of Genesis, whether you're looking at the pages of Genesis, or whether you're looking at the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Sumerian Kings List, all of these documents going back to the earliest time frames of recorded history are telling you about the flood. They're telling you about very strange events, supernatural events on all of these texts. And they're telling you about extraordinarily long lifespans. Now, both Genesis 6 as well as the book of Enoch, chapter 6, are covering, strangely, interestingly, the same events, these events of the fall of the angels. And those events, 200 angels came down, they swore an oath, and they made entrance on Mount Hermon. Right here behind me, this actually comes out of our 3-part Genesis series, our books, Nimrod, Pre-Flood, and Exodus, a God in a Nutshell. This would be page 16 of one of the books. Behind me on the screen here, what you're looking at, this is called Pan's Cave right here. There's an altar, what appears to be an ancient altar, right inside the heart of this cave, which has the stone of that cave looks like the devil's mouth itself. It's got that demonic look to it surrounding the cave. They would do child sacrifice within that cave to the god Pan, seen right over here. There was a stone memorial. This is an image of it right here. It was found on top of the mountain. There's a translation of it on this side, Mount Hermon. By order of the Most High and Holy God, those who swear an oath proceed from here. Now, the God being referred to, the translation I'm using for this comes from my friend Derek Gilbert. I would highly recommend his work. The God being referred to on this tablet is most probably the god Baal, more specifically Baal Hermon is who's being referenced. The text of Genesis in chapter 6 continues. In verse 4 we read, "The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward." This means before and after the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. Nephilim is kind of a basket umbrella term. These are the product of the fallen angels and the women producing offspring of all sorts of various kinds, often being referred to as giants, but you've got a garden array of very strange things on this planet, some of which we'll touch on in a few minutes. And also afterwards, meaning after the flood, when the sons of God, again the translation there would be B'nai Ha-Elohim, this specifically means the angels, went into the daughters of men and had children by them. These were the heroes of old, the men of renown. I'd like to state very firmly at this part that whether you're looking at the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, they were referring to these beings, these strange characters, which you find strange artifacts and skulls, particularly at ritual sites. Many of them come from South America. But you find strange artifacts all over this earth, very similar to what sounds like being recorded on these ancient stones, like, for example, Gilgamesh. To get a clear glimpse of these events in detail, I'd like to dive us into the book of Enoch. Sections of what you're about to watch come from our film set, actually from our Genesis series, the Vav Part 1, and specifically the clips you're about to watch come from the extended version of the Vav Part 2. That's roughly a 2 hour, and it's not roughly, it is, a 2 hour and 55 minute film. And I come over to the book of Enoch, chapter 106, being that they so badly, in those worlds after that flood, wanted their sun gods, their Prometheus, best known for defying the gods. This could be the story of Lucifer, could be the story of 1/3 of the angels that fell, or it could be the story of one of the 3 brothers that fell, who took on the personification of a sun god. After all, the Prometheus is best known for defying the gods by stealing fire from them and giving it to humanity in the form of technology, knowledge, and civilization. Only he didn't do that. He even held back the calendar from his own sons so that he could be the sun god. That's what he did. That's the truth of the matter. But what was he? He was a crafty trickster to the Greeks and Romans, but also the light bearer, coming forth to birth those first civilizations of all earth. Well, perhaps the author of these stones, looking at all of these fallen angels and beings, if that be Ham, one of the three, on his own rocks, forgot the story of his father, the 10th, the number of completion, the 10th from Adam, Noah, meaning rest or comfort. The story given by Enoch in his line, the 7th from Adam. And being that the author of these stones is also the birther, Egypt and Babylon, of all the mystery religions on earth, perhaps he also forgot that Enoch went into those fallen angels and said, "The Lord God of heavens bears a message for you. You thought you knew secrets. Little did you know you only knew the worthless ones." And perhaps even beginning in the days of Ham's son, Utu's son, Cush, Meshki and Gasher, who took off on a boat, perhaps to brand the image of the sun god and the temples to the moon all across the Americas and jungles of the ancient world, where they would worship as royalty and kings anything strange. Well, before that time, in the time of that pre-flood world, when Enoch went into the temples of Semyaza and Azazel, the two heads of the 200 angels who had fallen upon Mount Hermon, the base of which is the cave they would give child sacrifice to the god Pan. And Enoch said to those angels, "The Lord God of the heavens has said you should intercede for men and not men for you. Behold, a heavy sentence has gone forth to put thee in bonds. Never again shall ye return into the heavens for all eternity." It was then, according to the text, that big, tough, fallen angels tore their clothes and wailed and screamed in their dark, torchlit halls. And Uriel said to me, "Here shall stand the angels that have connected themselves with the women, and their spirits, assuming different forms, are defiling mankind as sun gods and moon gods through the ages and hours of history, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as their gods." That's what the text states. Here they shall stand until the day of the great judgment. God's been talking about this since the beginning of the book, where they will be judged and made an end of. And the women also of the angels, the women that combined with the angels who went astray, shall become as sirens. And I, Enoch, saw the vision and the end of all things. No man shall see as I have seen. But wait. Enoch 81, and Uriel said unto me, "Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets." Would these possibly be the same tablets of destiny and those that decide destinies of the righteous that Utu, dear Utu, was talking about to his sons, that he claimed his Abkelu conjurers had? I think not. Or are these the tablets that Moses spoke of when he was on top of the mountain, being told by the tongue of Enoch to his children that Utu, the first sun god of earth, wished he could get back to? These documents were on the boat, I'll tell you that right now. Observe ye, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I mean the words of Enoch, the actual scrolls of Enoch. The book of Enoch was on board the boat, not the heavenly tablets that he's recording and telling his sons about. Just wanted to clarify that. And I observed the heavenly tablets and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of the deeds of all mankind, the book of the living, and of all the children of flesh, that there shall be upon the earth to the remotest of generations. And therewith I blessed the great Lord and King of glory forever and ever, in that he has made all the works of the world. The demons would claw their clothes and give anything to have their name written one time in that book. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, blessed is the man who dies in righteousness. Noah was called the righteous, even on all these pagan stones, even by the god of the air Enlil, that ran with Utu from the mountains. It was the righteous who decide destinies, was it not, of whom he spoke? Blessed is the one that dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. These words were on the boat with Noah. And those 7 holy ones, had Utu created 7 dark ones? 7 dark ones? 7 dark Apkelu, witch doctor conjurers? The same as Nimrod had in his court, with Enochi as their head, who would birth all the children of abomination? What are we copying here? These 7 holy ones brought me and placed me at the door of my house, and said to me, declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, that thou may teach thy children. These records we give you now, that you may share them, these words, on that boat with all the generations of the world. In his 600th year, and much has happened, his father, Lamech, passed away 5 years before, and his grandfather, Methuselah. Now, Methuselah's name means his death shall bring. Methuselah, his name means his death shall bring, or his death shall bring the judgment. Died in the past year. So the year of the flood, Methuselah had died, or 7 days before the flood. Died at the age of 969. Methuselah was the longest living man in the text. But if I come from Adam down to Noah, actually Noah's father, Lamech, in the book of Enoch, the 7th from Adam, and being that they all went to such lengths to birth even their empires all the way to the Romans and their sun gods, beginning with Utu, and to defeat that true Son of God and put the crown of thorns on his head. And in Utu's case, old Utu, thrown from the 2 mountain peaks to impersonate a claimed sun god. Well, surely, in that case, leading all the way to these, they perhaps knew this story from Enoch, who they also twisted. And here we go. Enoch, chapter 106. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. Here's Methuselah right here. He's the longest living man in your biblical text at 969 years. His name means his death shall bring, or his death shall bring the judgment. His son is Lamech, whose son would be Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun. And the whole house was very bright, and thereupon he arose, this child arose in the hands of the midwife. And he opened his mouth, and he conversed with the Lord of righteousness. Who is this? And his father, Lamech, was afraid of him, and fled the house. And he went to his father Methuselah, and he said unto him, For I have begotten a very strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling perhaps the sons of God of heaven, the angels, the B'nai Ha-Elohim is what he's stating. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a great work, a great wonder, a great fear may be wrought upon the earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth. For his dwelling place, Enoch's dwelling place, is amongst the angels. Enoch never actually died in your text. Enoch was not, for God took him. And his son was Methuselah, and Methuselah went. And then it states here, and by the way, the book of Enoch, as it gets down into it, is actually, there are portions even of excerpts of Noah. It's more like a family record. And in my belief, it would have been kept on that boat. But no matter what you believe, here's what it reads next. And I, Enoch, answered and said unto him, Methuselah, the Lord will do a new thing on the earth. And this I have already seen in a vision. And make known to thee that in the generation of my father, Yered, some of the angels did go astray. They transgressed the word of the Lord. And behold, they have united themselves with women on the earth and have committed a great sin with them. And some of the angels have married some of the women of earth and have begotten children by them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the Spirit, but according to the flesh. And there shall come a great punishment on the earth. And the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Enoch continues, Yea, indeed, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a great deluge, that means a flood, and a great and mighty destruction for 1 year on the earth. Yet this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him, when all mankind that are on the earth shall perish, shall die in this flood. He, this one that converses with the Lord of heaven, and his 3 sons shall be saved. And now go and make known to thy son the boat as far as the eye could see in this direction, and inside of the ark. This is the enormous door to Noah's Ark, right here in front of us. So, and it looks like a large door, but this ship had three layers. So you had the top, you had the middle, and you had the bottom. And this is where they would enter. And it says that it was God himself who closed the doors to this boat. And it says that the animals, they didn't come 2 by 2. They were literally surrounding the boat as far as the eye could see. And as the floodwaters began to come down, all of the men of earth that knew what Noah had been building, and the animals were loaded 2 by 2 onto the ark. But as they came inward, and then the waters began to come down. The waters began to come down. And the men that was surrounded, the men that had called Noah, they called him a fool. For 120 years, he had preached to them. He had preached to them, saying one day it's going to rain, it's going to flood, it's going to pour, it's going to drown all of you. The judgment of God is coming, and it's going to drown all of you. And for 120 years, he told them this. He would go in and he would tell them this. But then on the day that the rain began to come down, and the earth began to shake, and spouts were coming up this way and that boat was in the center of a continent. And they could feel the water beginning to come in and beginning to cover the feet. And they came up towards the boat, and they screamed to Noah, who was up there in those windows, in those top windows with his family. They yelled upwards to the windows that are at the top of the ark. And Noah came and he appeared at the windows on the top, and they were screaming as the waters became heavier and heavier. And they said, "Let us on board! Let us on board! We're gonna die out here." Here's the earth just literally splitting open and the waters just rushing forth. And on the 17th day of the second month, 17th day of the second month of Noah's 600th year, the 600th year of Noah's life, the waters of the great deep and all the waters from the sky let loose upon the earth. This behind me on the screen is called the Mid-Oceanic Ridge. It encircles the earth like the seam on a baseball. It's what separates your continents. It is a 40,000-mile mountainous crack on the ocean floor. It is the place where the hot, searing water, even this day, came searing forth. Coming forth, like on the diagram behind me, if you were anywhere near the edges of it, it would have vaporized you. If you were on the edges or the poles, it would go up so high, that water into space, it would come down as ice, trapping animals in ice cubes, like your frozen mammoths. Creating, of course, the layers of strata that you find underneath the ground, a word which means sedimentary rock is what the strata is made out of, a word which literally means rock laid down by water. It's sorted by weights and densities. The animals trapped inside that strata on the day of the flood are sorted by ecological systems. Commonly, they are compared in your universities to tree rings. I'd like to point out that it is not tree rings. It is, in fact, it's dirt. And Noah looked down to them and he said, "Where were your fears 120 years ago when I told you that this day would come? You're not getting on board this boat." And at that moment, as the floodwaters rushed inward, and they screamed up and they said, "Storm the boat!" And they ran inwards like a wild horde. And that's where it says in the text that the animals that surrounded the boat, they kicked outward in a violent horde, and water went every direction as they fought to get inside. And Noah looked down and he said, "You're not getting on this boat." And that's where it reads in the text that God shut the doors to the vessel. And it was at that moment, as they fought forward to come inwards, the animals kicking outward in every direction, that it says the rage of the floodwaters came rushing in. And it was then that the boat began to lift upwards. The entire boat began to lift upwards. And as those waters began to crash in, and the boat began lifting up, it began violently spiraling upwards as if every board were about to shake loose and break. And as the boat was spinning upwards, Noah gripping on with his family. And it says in the text that in those moments, every animal on board cried out in its own tongue. And Noah, gripping on with his family, as the boat rocked and shook, he said, Lord, would you remember us? Would you remember me, your servant? And at that point, it reads that the boat rested peacefully atop the waters. And it's in Genesis 9, the tet symbolizes a basket. Could be something good in there, could be something evil in there. Same chapter as the split up of the three sons. God sent a rainbow as a sign that he would never flood the entire earth again. It's another symbol or sign that's been taken and been twisted. But later in Genesis 9, you have the directions and the bloodlines of the three sons. One path going down and one path going up from the lineage of Noah and Shem or Hashem, coming all the way through these generations right here, all the way down to Abraham. And through Abraham, you would get a great promise that through the seed of Abraham, God would bring blessing to all the generations and peoples of the world. Abraham's son would be Isaac, and Isaac's two sons would be Esau and Jacob. And Jacob's name would be changed to Israel. And Israel would have 12 sons. And one of those sons, Joseph, would be sold into the slavery of Egypt, which would last a time frame from Abraham of roughly 400 years. My name is Trey Smith of God in a Nutshell. I want to thank you very much for watching this presentation on fallen angels and the rise of the Nephilim. It's my very strong opinion, just like the biblical text, as well as all of these ancient stones going back to the very beginning, that the demonic is absolutely more than real. Let me be very clear that God is also real, and he is far larger than all of these pesky little things. This film is dedicated, as well as all the films by God in a Nutshell, to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Roughly 20 minutes of the film that you just watched actually comes out of our film, The Vav Part 2, the extended version found over in the Partners section on the God in a Nutshell website. That particular film, The Vav Part 2, is roughly 3 hours long. The Vav Part 1, which is the film right here seen behind me, is the first of the two of the Vav films found over on God in a Nutshell. These films have both a regular version, which is what you're looking at, as well as an extended version, which will look like this, the extended version of that film, and I would recommend that you watch both of them in their extended versions. I believe they're incredible films, and you're going to have a real journey watching them. The extended version of the Vav Part 1, I believe, is roughly 3 hours and 15 minutes. And those two films are merely just the ending part of our Genesis series, which goes all the way from the pre-flood world, all the way through those Vav films. And now we also have, and that Genesis series took me several years just to come, well, it's actually taken over a decade really to research, but took several years just to put those films together, leading all the way through those Vavs. And again, each one is, the Vav films themselves are roughly 3 hours in length each. Behind me on the screen is the rise of Joseph. There is an array of films over at godinanutshell.com. I want to thank you for watching our Genesis series. And also thank you for subscribing to any of our materials and for just enjoying the films like this one that you just watched, Fallen Angels and the Rise of the Nephilim. These are the books that I'm holding in my hand, which actually go with the films in the Genesis series. I'm Trey Smith of God in a Nutshell. God bless every last one of you, and your families on the other side of the screen. This presentation is on the Babylon Beast, or the Beast of Babylon. Even if you're an atheist, you've probably heard this terminology before, or the concept or term Mystery Babylon, which of course has both its physical and spiritual origin all the way back with the Tower of Babel and Nimrod, or Dark Lord Nimrod, which is not only the actual birth of the literal Babylon, but the spiritual system of Babylon. That being stated, we should probably begin with what the biblical pages state about this Babylon. In Jeremiah 51, for example, Jeremiah prophesies that Babylon is going to be ultimately destroyed. The physical, literal Babylon, which occurred. Yet in those same texts, it appears that he's looking forward also to something larger occurring with Babylon, a mystery Babylon, from Revelation chapter 17. And it states this: One of the 7 angels who had these 7 bowls came and said to me. Now in the book of Revelation, you're not going to be able to count up all the uses of the number 7. 7 is a number of completion. But I'd like to highlight this right here, that there are 7 angels that Yohanan, or John, he's the author of the book of Revelation. He was also the only. This presentation that you're watching is called Fallen Angels, Rise of the Nephilim. What I'm holding in my hand right here is a serpent idol. These are found in the area all around where ancient Eridu was, in current day Iraq, where the Tower of Babel, the areas where the Tower of Babel was, where you also find a lot of what are called eye temples. A portion of the reason that they're called eye temples is you find all of these little wispy, ghost, E.T. looking characters, supernatural characters that have all of these little eyes on them, these little eye idols. This particular idol is a serpent goddess. Its name would be Namu, or the Tiamat, one of the oldest forms of worship on earth, the Nakash in the garden. The word Nakash has 3 uses in one, just as the Nakash comes from Genesis 3. As a noun, it means serpent. That's where you're getting the common translation in the book of Genesis, that this was just a serpent in the garden. But it's much more than that, because as a verb, it means, this serpent, just like this idol here, means to be divine, is what it means. Now, as an adjective, it means the shining one. So this character that we're finding in the book of Genesis in chapter 3 is a luminous, serpentine creature, seeming angelic and wise, yet evil. Therefore, it would only be appropriate for us to begin coming from Genesis 3, where the serpent makes entrance, going to the passages of Genesis 6, where it reads this: When men began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born unto them, the sons of God. The word there is B'nai Ha-Elohim. This means a direct creation of God. These are angels. The sons of God, these are fallen angels in this context, saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them that they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with mankind forever, for they are mortal, and their days will be 120 years. Now, whether you're using the text of Genesis or this little replica that I have here of the Sumerian Kings List, or any of these other documents, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, they're talking about, in the ancient past, they're stating that over time you have been losing things, which is the reverse of what is commonly taught, that you are declining over time, that everything here, that you've gone from a lush pre-flood world to a very diminished and reduced state. So right at the beginning of this, I'd like to present you these 2 skulls. These are both museum quality replicas of skulls. So this one that's in my hand right here, this is a replica of a modern human skull, is what this is. And I'm going to turn it a couple of different directions for you. On this side next to me, pull that in the screen just a little more, that is what's called a Neanderthal skull. Now I'm going to remove the bottom jaw from this modern human skull right here that I'm holding, and I'm going to remove the bottom jaw of this skull on this side. I'm going to hold both of these skulls up for you. This is the modern human skull. I want you to look at those rinky-dink little teeth that are on that skull right there. Now I want you to look at how thick those teeth are on that Neanderthal, this ancient skull right here in my hand, this ancient human skull. Those teeth right there, let me ask you, could those teeth and that bone structure on this skull last for many hundreds of years? Whereas this skull looks pretty rinky-dink and like it would fall apart pretty fast by comparison. Ancient skull, modern skull. Now as I set these skulls down on this desk here, I would like to share with you also that whether you're looking at the pages of Genesis, whether you're looking at the pages of Genesis, or whether you're looking at the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Sumerian Kings List, all of these documents going back to the earliest time frames of recorded history are telling you about the flood. They're telling you about very strange events, supernatural events on all of these texts. And they're telling you about extraordinarily long lifespans. Now, both Genesis 6 as well as the book of Enoch, chapter 6, are covering, strangely, interestingly, the same events, these events of the fall of the angels. And those events, 200 angels came down, they swore an oath, and they made entrance on Mount Hermit. Right here behind me, this actually comes out of our 3-part Genesis series, our books, Nimrod, Pre-Flood, and Exodus, a God in a Nutshell. This would be page 16 of one of the books. Behind me on the screen here, what you're looking at, this is called Pan's Cave right here. There's an altar, what appears to be an ancient altar, right inside the heart of this cave, which has the stone of that cave looks like the devil's mouth itself. It's got that demonic look to it surrounding the cave. They would do child sacrifice within that cave to the god Pan, seen right over here. There was a stone memorial. This is an image of it right here. It was found on top of the mountain. There's a translation of it on this side, Mount Hermon. By order of the Most High and Holy God, those who swear an oath proceed from here. Now, the God being referred to, the translation I'm using for this comes from my friend Derek Gilbert. I would highly recommend his work. The God being referred to on this tablet is most probably the god Baal, more specifically Baal Hermon is who's being referenced. The text of Genesis in chapter 6 continues. In verse 4 we read, "The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward." This means before and after the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. Nephilim is kind of a basket umbrella term. These are the product of the fallen angels and the women producing offspring of all sorts of various kinds, often being referred to as giants, but you've got a garden array of very strange things on this planet, some of which we'll touch on in a few minutes. And also afterwards, meaning after the flood, when the sons of God, again the translation there would be B'nai Ha-Elohim, this specifically means the angels, went into the daughters of men and had children by them. These were the heroes of old, the men of renown. I'd like to state very firmly at this part that whether you're looking at the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, they were referring to these beings, these strange characters, which you find strange artifacts and skulls, particularly at ritual sites. Many of them come from South America. But you find strange artifacts all over this earth, very similar to what sounds like being recorded on these ancient stones, like, for example, Gilgamesh. To get a clear glimpse of these events in detail, I'd like to dive us into the book of Enoch. Sections of what you're about to watch come from our film set, actually from our Genesis series, the Vav Part 1, and specifically the clips you're about to watch come from the extended version of the Vav Part 2. That's roughly a 2 hour, and it's not roughly, it is, a 2 hour and 55 minute film. And I come over to the book of Enoch, chapter 106, being that they so badly, in those worlds after that flood, wanted their sun gods, their Prometheus, best known for defying the gods. This could be the story of Lucifer, could be the story of 1/3 of the angels that fell, or it could be the story of one of the 3 brothers that fell, who took on the personification of a sun god.
After all, the Prometheus is best known for defying the gods by stealing fire from them and giving it to humanity in the form of technology, knowledge, and civilization. Only he didn't do that. He even held back the calendar from his own sons so that he could be the sun god. That's what he did. That's the truth of the matter. But what was he? He was a crafty trickster to the Greeks and Romans, but also the light bearer, coming forth to birth those first civilizations of all earth. Well, perhaps the author of these stones, looking at all of these fallen angels and beings, if that be Ham, one of the three, on his own rocks, forgot the story of his father, the 10th, number of completion, the 10th from Adam, Noah, meaning rest or comfort. The story given by Enoch in his line, the 7th from Adam. And being that the author of these stones is also the birther, Egypt and Babylon, of all the mystery religions on earth, perhaps he also forgot that Enoch went into those fallen angels and said, "The Lord God of heavens bears a message for you. You thought you knew secrets. Little did you know you only knew the worthless ones." And perhaps even beginning in the days of Ham's son, Utu's son, Cush, Meshki and Gasher, who took off on a boat, perhaps to brand the image of the sun god and the temples to the moon all across the Americas and jungles of the ancient world, where they would worship as royalty and kings anything strange. Well, before that time, in the time of that pre-flood world, when Enoch went into the temples of Semyaza and Azazel, the two heads of the 200 angels who had fallen upon Mount Hermon, the base of which is the cave they would give child sacrifice to the god Pan. And Enoch said to those angels, "The Lord God of the heavens has said you should intercede for men and not men for you. Behold, a heavy sentence has gone forth to put thee in bonds. Never again shall ye return into the heavens for all eternity." It was then, according to the text, that big, tough, fallen angels tore their clothes and wailed and screamed in their dark, torchlit halls. And Uriel said to me, "Here shall stand the angels that have connected themselves with the women, and their spirits, assuming different forms, are defiling mankind as sun gods and moon gods through the ages and hours of history, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as their gods." That's what the text states. Here they shall stand until the day of the great judgment. God's been talking about this since the beginning of the book, where they will be judged and made an end of. And the women also of the angels, the women that combined with the angels who went astray, shall become as sirens. And I, Enoch, saw the vision and the end of all things. No man shall see as I have seen. But wait. Enoch 81, and Uriel said unto me, "Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets." Would these possibly be the same tablets of destiny and those that decide destinies of the righteous that Utu, dear Utu, was talking about to his sons, that he claimed his Abkelu conjurers had? I think not. Or are these the tablets that Moses spoke of when he was on top of the mountain, being told by the tongue of Enoch to his children that Utu, the first sun god of earth, wished he could get back to. These documents were on the boat, I'll tell you that right now. Observe, ye Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I mean the words of Enoch, the actual scrolls of Enoch. The book of Enoch was on board the boat, not the heavenly tablets that he's recording and telling his sons about. Just wanted to clarify that. And I observed the heavenly tablets and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of the deeds of all mankind, the book of the living, and of all the children of flesh that there shall be upon the earth, to the remotest of generations. And therewith I blessed the great Lord and King of glory forever and ever, in that he has made all the works of the world. The demons would claw their clothes and give anything to have their name written one time in that book. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, blessed is the man who dies in righteousness. Noah was called the righteous, even on all these pagan stones, even by the god of the air Enlil, that ran with Utu from the mountains. It was the righteous who decide destinies, was it not, of whom he spoke? Blessed is the one that dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. These words were on the boat with Noah. And those 7 holy ones, had Utu created 7 dark ones? 7 dark ones? 7 dark Apkelu witch doctor conjurers? The same as Nimrod had in his court, with Anaki as their head, who would birth all the children of abomination? What are we copying here? These 7 holy ones brought me and placed me at the door of my house, and said to me, declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, that thou may teach thy children. These records we give you now, that you may share them, these words, on that boat with all the generations of the world. In his 600th year, and much has happened, his father, Lamech, passed away 5 years before, and his grandfather, Methuselah. Now, Methuselah's name means his death shall bring. Methuselah, his name means his death shall bring, or his death shall bring the judgment. Died in the past year. So the year of the flood, Methuselah had died, or 7 days before the flood. Died at the age of 969. Methuselah was the longest living man in the text. But if I come from Adam down to Noah, actually Noah's father, Lamech, in the book of Enoch, the 7th from Adam, and being that they all went to such lengths to birth even their empires, all the way to the Romans and their sun gods, beginning with Utu, and to defeat that true Son of God and put the crown of thorns on his head. And in Utu's case, old Utu, thrown from the 2 mountain peaks to impersonate a claimed sun god. Well, surely, in that case, leading all the way to these, they perhaps knew this story. from Enoch, who they also twisted. And here we go. Enoch, chapter 106. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. Here's Methuselah right here. He's the longest living man in your biblical text at 969 years. His name means his death shall bring, or his death shall bring the judgment. His son is Lamech, whose son would be Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun. And the whole house was very bright, and thereupon he arose, this child arose in the hands of the midwife. And he opened his mouth, and he conversed with the Lord of righteousness. Who is this? And his father, Lamech, was afraid of him, and fled the house. And he went to his father Methuselah, and he said unto him, For I have begotten a very strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling perhaps the sons of God of heaven, the angels, the B'nai Ha-Elohim is what he's stating. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a great work, a great wonder, a great fear may be wrought upon the earth. And now, my father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth. For his dwelling place, Enoch's dwelling place, is amongst the angels. Enoch never actually died in your text. Enoch was not, for God took him. And his son was Methuselah, and Methuselah went. And then it states here, and by the way, the book of Enoch, as it gets down into it, is actually, there are portions even of excerpts of Noah. It's more like a family record. And in my belief, it would have been kept on that boat. But no matter what you believe, here's what it reads next. And I, Enoch, answered and said unto him, Methuselah, the Lord will do a new thing on the earth. And this I have already seen in a vision. And make known to thee that in the generation of my father, Yered, some of the angels did go astray. They transgressed the word of the Lord. And behold, they have united themselves with women on the earth and have committed a great sin with them. And some of the angels have married some of the women of earth and have begotten children by them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the Spirit, but according to the flesh. And there shall come a great punishment on the earth. And the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Enoch continues, Yea, indeed, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a great deluge, that means a flood, and a great and mighty destruction for 1 year on the earth. Yet this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him, when all mankind that are on the earth shall perish, shall die in this flood. He, this one that converses with the Lord of heaven, and his 3 sons shall be saved. And now go and make known to thy son the boat as far as the eye could see in this direction, and inside of the ark. This is the enormous door to Noah's Ark, right here in front of us. So, and it looks like a large door, but this ship had three layers. So you have the top, you have the middle, and you have the bottom. And this is where they would enter. And it says that it was God himself who closed the doors to this boat. And it says that the animals, they didn't come two by two. They were literally surrounding the boat as far as the eye could see. And as the floodwaters began to come down, all of the men of earth that knew what Noah had been building, and the animals were loaded two by two onto the ark. But as they came inward, and then the waters began to come down. The waters began to come down. And the men that was surrounded, the men that had called Noah, they called him a fool. For 120 years, he had preached to them. He had preached to them, saying one day it's going to rain, it's going to flood, it's going to pour, it's going to drown all of you. The judgment of God is coming, and it's going to drown all of you. And for 120 years, he told them this. He would go in and he would tell them this. But then on the day that the rain began to come down, and the earth began to shake, and spouts were coming up this way and that boat was in the center of a continent. And they could feel the water beginning to come in and beginning to cover the feet. And they came up towards the boat, and they screamed to Noah, who was up there in those windows, in those top windows with his family. They yelled upwards to the windows that are at the top of the ark. And Noah came and he appeared at the windows on the top. And they were screaming as the waters became heavier and heavier. And they said, "Let us on board. Let us on board. We're going to die out here." There's the earth just literally splitting open and the waters just rushing forth. On the 17th day of the second month, 17th day of the second month of Noah's 600th year, the 600th year of Noah's life, the waters of the great deep and all the waters from the sky let loose upon the earth. This behind me on the screen is called the Mid-Oceanic Ridge. It encircles the earth like the seam on a baseball. It's what separates your continents. It is a 40,000-mile mountainous crack on the ocean floor. It is the place where the hot, searing water, even this day, came searing forth. Coming forth, like on the diagram behind me, if you were anywhere near the edges of it, it would have vaporized you. If you were on the edges or the poles, it would go up so high, that water into space, it would come down as ice, trapping animals in ice cubes, like your frozen mammoths. Creating, of course, the layers of strata that you find underneath the ground, a word which means sedimentary rock is what the strata is made out of, a word which literally means rock laid down by water. It's sorted by weights and densities. The animals trapped inside that strata on the day of the flood are sorted by ecological systems. Commonly, they are compared in your universities to tree rings. I'd like to point out that it is not tree rings. It is, in fact, it's dirt. And Noah looked down to them and he said, "Where were your fears 120 years ago when I told you that this day would come? You're not getting on board this boat." And at that moment, as the floodwaters rushed inward, and they screamed up and they said, "Storm the boat!" And they ran inwards like a wild horde. And that's where it says in the text that the animals that surrounded the boat, they kicked outward in a violent horde, and water went every direction as they fought to get inside. And Noah looked down and he said, "You're not getting on this boat." And that's where it reads in the text that God shut the doors to the vessel. And it was at that moment, as they fought forward to come inwards, the animals kicking outward in every direction, that it says the rage of the floodwaters came rushing in. And it was then that the boat began to lift upwards. The entire boat began to lift upwards. And as those waters began to crash in, and the boat began lifting up, it began violently spiraling upwards as if every board were about to shake loose and break. And as the boat was spinning upwards, Noah gripping on with his family. And it says in the text that in those moments, every animal on board cried out in its own tongue. And Noah, gripping on with his family, as the boat rocked and shook, he said, "Lord, would you remember us? Would you remember me, your servant?" And at that point, it reads that the boat rested peacefully atop the waters. And it's in Genesis 9, the tet symbolizes a basket. Could be something good in there, could be something evil in there. Same chapter as the split up of the three sons. God sent a rainbow as a sign that he would never flood the entire earth again. It's another symbol or sign that's been taken and been twisted. But later in Genesis 9, you have the directions and the bloodlines of the three sons. One path going down and one path going up from the lineage of Noah and Shem or Hashem, coming all the way through these generations right here, all the way down to Abraham. And through Abraham, you would get a great promise that through the seed of Abraham, God would bring blessing to all the generations and peoples of the world. Abraham's son would be Isaac, and Isaac's two sons would be Esau and Jacob. And Jacob's name would be changed to Israel. And Israel would have 12 sons. And one of those sons, Joseph, would be sold into the slavery of Egypt, which would last a time frame from Abraham of roughly 400 years. My name is Trey Smith of God in a Nutshell. I want to thank you very much for watching this presentation on fallen angels and the rise of the Nephilim. It's my very strong opinion, just like the biblical text, as well as all of these ancient stones going back to the very beginning, that the demonic is absolutely more than real. Let me be very clear that God is also real, and he is far larger than all of these pesky little things. This film is dedicated, as well as all the films by God in a Nutshell, to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Roughly 20 minutes of the film that you just watched actually comes out of our film, The Vav Part 2, the extended version found over in the Partners section on the God in a Nutshell website. That particular film, The Vav Part 2, is roughly 3 hours long. The Vav Part 1, which is the film right here seen behind me, is the first of the two of the Vav films found over on God in a Nutshell. These films have both a regular version, which is what you're looking at, as well as an extended version, which will look like this, the extended version of that film, and I would recommend that you watch both of them in their extended versions. I believe they're incredible films, and you're going to have a real journey watching them. The extended version of the Vav Part 1, I believe, is roughly 3 hours and 15 minutes. And those two films are merely just the ending part of our Genesis series, which goes all the way from the pre-flood world, all the way through those Vav films. And now we also have, and that Genesis series took me several years just to come, well, it's actually taken over a decade really to research, but took several years just to put those films together, leading all the way through those Vavs. And again, each one is, the Vav films themselves are roughly 3 hours in length each. Behind me on the screen is the rise of Joseph. There is an array of films over at godinanutshell.com. I want to thank you for watching our Genesis series. And also thank you for subscribing to any of our materials and for just enjoying the films like this one that you just watched, Fallen Angels and the Rise of the Nephilim. These are the books that I'm holding in my hand, which actually go with the films in the Genesis series. I'm Trey Smith of God in a Nutshell. God bless every last one of you, and your families on the other side of the screen.
try to make it easy on the editors at Skywatch by not doing that.
All right, so what is spiritual warfare?
Spiritual warfare is really the engagement with the spirit realm, these principalities and powers that the Apostle Paul wrote about. I mean, he made it very clear in Ephesians chapter 6. That's the letter that he wrote to the church at Ephesus, which is in Turkey, where he said, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. His point is, we're not wrestling against or contending with human opponents, even though we may see people of a different political party or a different lifestyle choice or a different skin color as the enemy. That's really not true. The true enemy of mankind, of all mankind, whether we realize it or not, it's not, us humans one against another. It's really these principalities, powers, thrones, dominions, cosmic rulers of this present darkness. Paul was talking about spiritual entities who have rebelled against the creator of the universe and who basically want to destroy humanity. And they're doing it by getting us to fight with each other. So Paul was trying to tell us, hey, look, spiritual warfare, guys, that's what this is about. It's against these principalities and powers. And it begins, for Christians, on our knees. It's hard because as humans, especially as men, we see a problem, we want to fix it. But we're operating in the natural realm, We've got our natural senses, we see a problem, we want to, and oftentimes that means fixing the person we disagree with. But that's not it. The enemy already wins if we already approach that other person with hatred. If we as Christians want to fulfill the one job Jesus gave us, which is to make disciples of all nations, we have to quit making ourselves a stumbling block between the people who don't know Jesus and him.
All right, well, you kind of answered the second question too, but maybe we can go a little bit deeper into it. What specifically are the principalities and powers that Paul speaks about? Are they, you said they're spirit beings now, are they, if you can just expand on that a little bit, maybe?
The principalities and powers that Paul wrote about fall into a couple of different categories. I guess the easiest way to describe them would be fallen angels and demons. The difference between fallen angels and demons is a simple one. Fallen angels can manifest corporeally. We read in the Bible a number of times where angels interact with humans and do physical things. They eat a meal with Abraham. They eat a meal with Gideon. They fight with the citizens of Sodom and things like that. Angels can appear in physical form. They can actually do physical things too, because we read in Genesis chapter 6 about the angels who saw that the human women were fair and chose wives, or perhaps just took wives. Demons, on the other hand, are totally spirit. They need to inhabit a physical body in order to interact with us in the physical plane, they can oppress us, which can be a feeling of depression or dread, anxiety, stress. In the worst form, most intense form, demonic possession is when they actually overwhelm and take over a human. It's probably not as spectacular as what we see in the films, but there are cases where it does, having talked to deliverance ministers or exorcists, it sometimes gets that spectacular, that gruesome, that dangerous, that frightening. But those would be the powers, principalities, thrones, dominions. The way Paul writes about them, there's got to be some kind of a hierarchy there, because those are terms that could also be applied to human figures of authority. But in the context that he wrote, it's pretty clear he's talking about inhuman entities.
Absolutely.
Spiritual forces, cosmic forces. We normally don't perceive them as humans, and it's probably best that we don't. In fact, God made it pretty clear to Moses that he didn't want humans trying to contact the spirit realm. Do not consult mediums. Do not talk to necromancers, because we as humans are not prepared for the interaction. We see a being that is indescribably beautiful, a being of light, and we assume he's one of the good guys. But as Paul warned his readers, even Satan appears as an angel of light. The demonic realm, the spirit realm, they really don't have anything to gain by literally scaring the hell out of us. They would rather lull us into a false sense of security.
Amen, brother. Amazing. So are the 70 sons of God from the Deuteronomy 32 worldview the same gods worshipped worldwide from India to Peru?
Yes. And the interesting thing about that number 70 is that it doesn't necessarily refer to a specific actual number. Now, the Bible makes it clear that we were talking about the same ones, the gods of the nations, because in Genesis chapter 10, where we read about the sons, the descendants of Noah, the so-called Table of Nations, there are 70 listed there. But in the ancient Near East, not just with the Hebrew culture, but all across the ancient Near East, the Akkadians, the Amorites, everybody in the ancient Near East understood that 70 represented the complete set. In other words, not one left out. So, in fact, we see that number elsewhere in the Old Testament, like the 70 sons of Gideon who were slaughtered by, Abimelech. You know, even though Gideon, by the way, said, I don't want to be the king, I'll just make an ephod for myself and, stuff. But his son Abimelech, or, illegitimate son, his name means my father's the king. So, yeah, interesting. And he's the one, did Gideon really have 70 sons? It seems unlikely, but it means that all of them were killed except for the one survivor. So the number 70 means all of them. The Canaanites believed that their chief god, the creator god El, who his mount of assembly was Mount Hermon, which is the northern border of Israel, Lebanon, and Syria today, where the Watchers descended and made their pact to take human wives. He held court there with his 70 sons, the 70 sons of El. You go back a little further in history into about the time of Abraham, and there was a city in northern Syria by the name of Emar, not far from modern Aleppo, where scholars have dug up the clay tablets and found the records and all that. And there was an annual festival held in the spring where the people of Emar would sacrifice 70 lambs. This was usually done around the first day of the first month, the first of Nisan, about 2 weeks before the Hebrews would later celebrate Passover. They would sacrifice 70 lambs for Dagon, who was their chief god, who it was just El by a different name. Dagon and the 70 gods of the city, again representing all the other gods of the divine council, all the other gods other than the chief god, the king of the pantheon, Dagon. So you got the Canaanites believing there, the ancient Amorites of Emar with their 70 gods. The interesting thing about the 70 is that when God gave the feasts to Moses, let me back up, I'll save that for just a second. When God gave the law to Moses on Mount Sinai, but before he gave him the plans for the tabernacle, he did something interesting. He called Moses and said, okay, you and your brother Aaron, who was the high priest, Aaron's 2 sons, and the 70 elders of Israel, come up Mount Sinai. And so no one else was allowed near the mountain, because you touch the mountain and God would smite you. But Aaron, Moses, the 70 elders of Israel climbed the mountain, and this is in Exodus 24. They beheld the God of Israel, and he did not touch them. He did not harm them. They beheld the God of Israel and ate and drank. They had a meal up there on Mount Sinai, the 70 elders of Israel. Now, why did God do that? Because, now wait a minute, how is it possible? We're told that man cannot see the face of God and live. Well, this is where one of the examples in the Old Testament where we see the second power in heaven. We begin to get a picture of the Trinity in the Old Testament. Yes, God the Father in all his glory, when he passed by Moses, who was in the cleft of the rock, could not see his face because it's overwhelming. But God in the flesh, we see the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament in a number of places. That is God in a form that humans can perceive. And he called these men up his holy mountain and had a meal. It was a symbol of what was going to happen. It's a symbol of what's going to happen when we are finally restored to the divine council, when God finally brings us back into the divine council, which we got kicked out of when Adam and Eve disobeyed. But this was a message to the 70, meaning all the gods of the nations. This is what is in store for humanity. You're toast, and you're being replaced. It's like the prodigal son, the parable of the prodigal son. We will someday be welcomed back, covered with pig dung and smelling awful and looking horrible, and God will welcome us with open arms, and that is be the restoration of humanity to the divine council. His message to the 70 gods, again, representing all the gods of the nations. Now, here's the thing. The Feast of Tabernacles in the fall. I wanted to talk about this in my time today, and without getting another hour, I couldn't get into it. the spring festival, this ancient city of Emar, pagan city, sacrificing 70 lambs in the spring, okay, around the time of the Passover, which is when Jesus was sacrificed, who John the Baptist called, "Behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world." Okay? Jesus was the perfect lamb to sacrifice. The fall feast, which was the feast, as Rabbi Zev Porat talked about earlier today, the Feast of Tabernacles. When God gave that feast to Moses, he said, okay, here's the plan. It's a 7-day feast, a 7-day festival. On day 1, you sacrifice 13 bulls. Day 2, you sacrifice 12. Day 3, 11, etc. 7 days. Counting down by 1 each day, 70 bulls sacrificed. The bulls. In the ancient world, the bull imagery is connected to these pagan gods over and over again. El, chief god of the Canaanites, called Bull El. Kronos, chief god of the old gods of the Greeks, the Titans. His name comes from a Semitic word meaning horned one. And yet God, giving the feast to Moses, said, okay, here's what Passover, here's what the Feast of Tabernacles represents. Represents God delivering his people from all the other gods of the world, all the other gods of the nations. 70 bulls, the complete set, not one left out. They are sacrificed. God has delivered his people from the pagan gods, all the gods that God allotted to the nations of the world. And as Zev pointed out, when Jesus came the first time, he was sacrificed as the lamb at Passover in the spring. When he comes back, it's Tabernacles time, where God delivers his people from the gods of the nations. It's beautiful.
That's amazing. It's just mind-blowing. And how everything's so perfect and just kind of fits together like that is just,
I know.
cold chills. All right. So it's like almost like you read this when I wasn't looking, because you're just going through my questions. Let me switch batteries before we dive in.
Sure.
Men who are over 40 and don't fail in bed are taking this powerful compound 2 times a day. You just need to let it dissolve for a few seconds before drinking, and this will be able to make your tool steady as a rock. This works even if you are over 45, 55, or 65 years old, and it only takes 30 seconds to do. It's something any man can start at any age. I wish I could have discovered this a few years ago, because Marcos, my husband, suffered for a long time without being able to leave his friend up. But today he stands firm like a rock. He can make his tool solid for hours. That's why he only recommends taking it once a day, despite knowing that there are people who take it 2 or 3 times. I released a recording teaching how to make this natural compound at home. To gain access, all you need to do is click on the Watch Now button that appears on your screen.
This is what 5 pounds of body fat looks like. Want to lose this and more? Keep watching. Have you seen this guy? The one that says, stop doing cardio? You might want to listen to him.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these. Starving ourselves, eating salads, and cutting out carbs. Doing this never works and only leads to more frustration.
You might think this would take years to learn, but we're going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this. This is a metabolism killer. This is a metabolism killer. And this is a metabolism.
A lot of what we think we know about Tammuz and Semiramis comes from Alexander Hislop and his book, The Two Babylons, which was written in the 1860s, if I remember correctly. And he meant well, but he had an axe to grind against the Roman Catholic Church. And there's a lot of research that's been done since.
In this episode, we will expose the secret covenant against God's hidden ones. We will discuss the fringe community of oath keepers who have unwittingly made oaths to demons who are dedicated to the destruction of mankind. We will discuss their method of deception, infiltration, and evil that give them the title experts of evil.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise
Good evening, everybody, and welcome once again to the Midnight Ride. It is my great joy to welcome each and every one of you into the Puritan Barn, into the Now You See TV studio for the Midnight Ride with myself and John Pounders. Tonight, this is going to be a midnight ride that might leave you scratching your head. But if it does, there's something I want you to consider. It might not be me and John. You might have a bug on your face. So get ready. It all starts right now, because we are now
live from the Puritan Barn in southern Indiana, guys. It's so good to be here once again. As always, let us know how you guys are in the chat. We're going to try something different, so bear with us here, guys. This is going to be different. This is going to be crazy, but we're going to do the Pounders Pound before the show this time. We're going to hit the like button together right now. We might do it at the end, but we're going to do it right now. So here we go, David, on the count of three. You ready? One, two, three.
Boom!
Ooh,
oh, yeah.
I felt that one vibrate. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. We're going to do it now, get the algorithm rolling, get people in here. And so tonight is going to be a great show, exciting broadcast. I know that, this is one of these subjects that I've never been involved in these cults. I've never been a leader of one of these cults, but I've researched it for nearly 10 years, over 10 years actually. And so I'm excited to discuss this and to really bring it out in the open, because I think that people need to know this subject. They need to understand that this is the reality of the world that we live in. But before we get started, I'd love to give a shout out to our sponsors, Sugar and Spice Soap Company, all natural soaps, beautiful soaps. You can check out their website. The link's in the description. The coupon code is NYSTV. That gets you 10% off. And on top of that, they have a Midnight Ride soap. You can't go wrong with it. It smells amazing. Make sure you guys check that out. Also, I want to give a shout out to Truther Fit. You can get awesome Truther clothing, just amazing stuff. You can also get 50% off our mugs there, our Midnight Ride mugs, 50% off right now with the coupon code in there, and really, really good mugs. So check those out. Also, you can check out our website, nystv.org. I did a documentary called Secret Covenant that we're going to be talking a little bit about this tonight, that deals with this subject. And me and David, actually, this is our first meeting of subjects when we met on this subject and decided to put together a documentary that really kind of grasped what happened in the town that we both lived in. So we did that, and this is on this document on there, nystv.org. Also, fojcradio.com. You can check out David's website, where they have a bunch of different literature on their subjects, their books. You can see their programs. They have the radio program, and you can check out all of their other affiliates and websites and stuff on there. With that being said, David, I know that we've got some stuff coming up. I really want to discuss this with you guys. I know that we don't talk about these a lot. We don't do a lot of conferences, but there's a conference coming up that both me and David will be a part of. I'll actually physically be there, and David will be presenting remotely in this conference. And this is Warrior, remind me, David, what it's called. It's called Counting the Cost Conference. And I'm going to post the link in the description or in a comment after this broadcast, but it is near Atlanta, Georgia, and Woodstock, Georgia, coming up the 4th through the 6th. If you would like to meet me, imagine that. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? If you'd like to meet me, go check that place out. We're going to be there October 4th through 6th. It's called the Counting the Cost Conference, and I believe it is Warrior Bride Ministries, and I believe you just abbreviate that and put .com, and that's where it's at. But like I said, I'll put it in the comments. I would love to see some of you guys there if you're nice. I mean, if you're crazy, I don't know that I want to see you there or not, but I would like to see the ones of you that want to see me.
We got anybody crazy watching now, do we?
Yeah,
I mean, no.
There's no way. No way. Nobody could be crazy and watch our broadcast. So with that being said, David, what else you got, man? Tell us what you got going on in your neck of the woods.
Tomorrow night, FOJC Radio, Underground Church YouTube channel at 7 p.m. Central, Brian Reese and I will be doing a new live presentation on the 7 restraining archangels. It's going to rock and it's going to pop. 7 p.m. Central on FOJC Radio, Underground Church YouTube.
Very good. Exciting stuff going on, guys. So I know that this time of year for a lot of you is a special time of year because the weather starts changing, everything starts getting good, but it's also spiritually warfare. This time of year is a very thick time of year. So you're going to hear a lot of stuff about holidays. You're going to hear a lot of stuff about just different things that are going on that a lot of people don't really know about, and people wonder why this time of year sometimes they really get their butt handed to them. And I think this time of year is high satanic holy days coming up. But anyway, David, before we get rolling, is there anything you would like to say? Anything else?
Well, I'd just like to say the Lord omnipotent reigneth. I believe we're living at a time where the powers of darkness are reveling. And as far as the spiritual atmosphere, I think the release has begun, and we're dealing with more complex spiritual entities than ever before. But having said that, if we remain obedient to God and pray and fight that good fight of spiritual warfare, we're going to win. It ain't a matter, are we going to win? We're going to thrive. We're not just going to survive. We're going to thrive. We're going to be more than conquerors in our Lord Jesus Christ. There is victory in Jesus tonight. We want everyone to know that. There is victory in Jesus.
That's right. So, guys, we're going to get started here. So we're going to be talking about a secret covenant. Now, this show isn't about the secret covenant that a lot of people would think about with the Rockefeller secret covenant that could or could be their secret covenant. But I did get a few excerpts from here because a lot of the methods that are used on our people, on lots of people in general, are in this covenant. And so it states in there that this will be an illusion. An illusion, it will be so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. And that sounds so familiar, doesn't it? People who see what's going on are either shadow banned, they're given strikes, they're looked at as the conspiracy theorists of the class, the ones with the tinfoil hats. And that's what the people that actually see what's going on are looked at by the majority of the people out there. And so we're going to talk a little bit about how when people are sent to you and when they're sent to you on assignment, we're going to discuss a little bit about this because this isn't just a issue that ministers like myself or like David, and I don't really want to call myself a minister, but I guess that's what I am. I'm ministering the grace of Christ, ministering the gospel, ministering the light, ministering the truth as I know it, the things that I see. So we're ministering, but you guys also are children of God as well. And many of you guys know this, but if you look at your life and you look at it from the time you were young until the time you were old, you can see where sometimes the enemy was sent into your life to completely destroy or try to change the way things are going in your life. And we can all relate to this, I believe. If you're a child of God, I believe you can relate to this. Even before I was doing Now You See TV, and before I ever really was anybody, and I wouldn't even call myself anybody now. I try to realize that I'm just a small human in this world. There's really nothing substantial about me. But before I even did what I do now, the devil had his eyes on me, and I had several situations to where I see this now that I'm grown, now that I'm 42 years old. I see and I look back and I see the situations. I even had a situation where I believe that the devil approached me and offered me to basically buy me out, to keep me from talking about God. And this was all, mind you, before I was ever anybody. And a lot of you guys may have gone through this with your spouse. Maybe the devil sent your spouse. Some of people can relate to that they were sent somebody that would completely derailed their life, and this person completely changed it. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that and how some of this is in fact related to covens, and some of this is related to these secret organizations that if you understood their secret, then they would not be safe. So we're going to talk something about this. And so people that are sent by a coven, I'm going to give some definitions and some characteristics of these people who are sent by a coven. So they're trained either to volunteer, and sometimes they're given a large budget to throw money around if they're physically unable to maybe volunteer. They're sent on an assignment after they've gotten trained and they get the budget that they need to do. And so they'll get into an organization and they find out what they need until they fill that gap. So they'll look and they're going to look around and they're going to see, okay, what does this person need? They'll go into a church or they'll go into a ministry. They'll go into your own house if you let them, and they'll see, okay, well, I see that this person doesn't have a whole lot of money, so I'm just going to lavish them with different things. We're going to take them out to eat. We're going to do this. This person needs this done, so we're going to do this. Like, they're always looking for that way to get their foot in the door. And now this isn't, I'm not saying that everybody that comes to help you is going to be this type of person, but know this, that people that come from covens, they don't sit on the outside and look and see what's going on. They get involved. They get right up in the mix. Sometimes you can find them at the highest levels of the ministries you might get involved in. They maybe receive status to be leading that ministry in some cases. And so sometimes they'll come to you as they need help. They need help. They're like a victim. They've got problems. Oh, this person did this to me. I've had to flee. I've got to come to you. Please give me help. And then you that automatically turns on that side of you that sees that you need to help this person. Then you have to have pity for this person. And it causes you instantly to look at these persons differently. And these are two ways that almost every book that I've read, these are the two things that they all mention, that these are the entry points to almost every single one of these people that they've understood that have been infiltrated inside of their group. And Psalm 2 talks about the powers that we're up against. And I want to be clear here. When I talk about they, when I say they, the whole they, I'm not talking about common people. I'm talking about entities who are in high control. I'm talking about kings and rulers who are under direct control of the entities that are in specific areas. In Psalm 2, it says, "The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us." And so there is a conspiracy against those who are anointed. There's a conspiracy against those who are righteous. And if you haven't been living under a rock, you will see that when you speak truth, you will be hated, which is so mind-blowing to me, that the fact that truth is so hated that you will be hated for, in fact, speaking it. You will be hated if you don't go along with the agenda. And a lot of people have seen the movie Matrix, but it's a very similar type scenario. Once people see that you're not going along with it and you're trying to wake them up, all of a sudden they are programmed to attack. And this is what we're dealing with here on a mass scale. Before we move on, David, and we talk a little bit about how their mode of operations, more about their mode of operations, did you have anything that you'd like to add
No,
to this
you go right
conversation?
ahead.
Okay.
You go right ahead.
All right, so we're going to talk about the duplicity. This is a statue of Janus, or a picture of Janus here, which has got one head looking forward, one head looking back, which is why this is considered the first month of the Gregorian calendar. But there's also a lot of representations to Janus, and one of them is duplicity. And so in this this oath that a lot of people have read before, this is what it says, and this was very simple. Most people would know that automatically that in warfare you're going to have this, but for some reason Christians they tend to think that it's not there. They tend to think that most people are in for goodness and they're trying to help them. But the Bible tells us that wolves would come in, and that we're sheep amidst the wolves, and we should be wise as serpents and harmless as a dove. And so duplicity, it says, we will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time, so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will work together always and will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. And so there's this death oath. And they have this idea that together, even though they may look like they're on separate fronts, they will in fact be working together. And I call these people the fringe oath keepers. These are the people that they're a very small portion of the society, but they have decided to bind themselves to an oath that was created by demonic entities. And demonic entities, for those who do not know this, they are the disembodied spirits of these giants, these mighty men of old that were created in Genesis 6. In Genesis 6, it talks about the sons of God came to the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men of old, men of renown. And that's straight from Genesis 6. You can read this, and it said there were giants in the earth in those days and after that. And then if you look throughout the scripture, you see demonic entities, and these demonic entities are in fact the spirits of these giants, and according to the book of Enoch. And so when you have these entities, they created these oaths, they created these groups so that they could work against mankind. And I believe many of these oaths that you're going to see are designed in this way. Now, this next slide is from a guy you guys all know. His name's David Carrico. In fact, this is from his presentation last week, Saturday. So if you haven't watched that, I definitely suggest you go back and see that, because it compounds exactly what I'm talking about here tonight. So we're going to play that. David, you got anything to say?
Yeah, just one thing real quick, as I saw the slide there with the Janus two-faced. Well, of course, that's where the word deals saying someone is two-faced. It's also very close to the biblical word for hypocrite.
Yep.
It comes from the word that means the Greek actor that will put a face on that isn't what he really is.
Yep.
Now, the average person, and of course, that's what these people are all about. They take death oaths. And the average person, to really fake like that, it's not easy to do.
Yeah.
You know, for someone to just totally misrepresent themselves and to be so convincing at it,
Yeah.
it takes a demonic anointing.
I agree.
And I think there's a demonic anointing that assists these people in their deception.
And that's so true. And David, me and you have seen this firsthand. Unfortunately, since 2016, me and you, David, we've been doing these broadcasts, and consistently since 2016, so almost a decade, 8 years, we've been doing these broadcasts. And you've been doing them before that. I was doing them a little bit before that. And one thing that I've noticed is a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about tonight comes from personal experience, comes from situations where we've had people, and sometimes you'll have one person that comes in, and then you'll have another person comes in, and you'll see them bickering back and forth. You'll see this battle between the two, and then it comes to a head. One of them's gone, one of them's still there, and then come to find out, those people are actually still in cahoots because they're together in a coven. And this is situations that we've dealt with several times since 2016, more 2019, 2020 is when we really started experiencing heavy, constant battle for infiltration.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so this can happen in your everyday life as well. This can happen between friends. Friends can turn each other against you. Friends can say, you know, so-and-so, man, he said your house is a pigsty, but man, I think your house is awesome, you know? And the person never said that, but you have people that do that as well, and they're called narcissists. They love to twist things around and make people angry at each other. And this narcissistic demon, I believe it's demonic, comes with many faces. So with that being said, here we go. Check this out. This is from last week's show. It's a small portion, but it talks about Masonic secrecy.
Enters into a Masonic lodge. They swear blood-curdling death oaths not to reveal what goes on within the doors of the lodge. And these are, they're just horrific. And when, in the typical town, when you go into the lodge, you swear a death oath not to say what goes on there, and you're in there with police officers, you're in there with judges, you're in there with all kinds of officials of the town, and it's easy to see the devilment that can come from this kind of a setup. I want to read from Duncan's Ritual. This is an example. This is the Entered Apprentice. This is the very first death oath the Mason will swear, of which many will follow if they continue on up the ladder. It says, all this I most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear, with the firm and steadfast resolution to perform the same, without any mental reservation or secret evasion of mind whatever, binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by its roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea at low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever knowingly violate this, my entered apprentice obligation. Now, isn't that just dandy? Isn't that just dandy? That's just one. We could read all three. It is just really, really too much. You see, you could go into a Masonic lodge, and you're there with your lodge brother, and you throw out the carrot, and you bait him if he might be interested in a little more sincere stuff, you know? And if he doesn't want to, what's he going to say about it? He's sworn a death oath not to say anything. This is ideal for secret societies. And from Freemasonry are these lodges within lodges, and this is where we really see the damage done. And the average Freemason, well, I don't believe in that. You know, I don't do those things. Well, you have provided the availability and you haven't enabled it for it to happen. Now, I want to read something that Albert Pike says, and this is why they love it. Secrecy is their protection. Albert Pike in Morals and Dogma, he said, secrecy is indispensable in a Mason of whatever degree. It is the first and almost the only lesson taught to the entered apprentice. The obligations which we have assumed toward every Mason that lives, requiring of us the performance of the most serious and onerous duties toward those personally known to us until they demand our aid. Duties that must be performed even at the risk of our life, or our solemn oaths be broken and violated, and we be branded as false Masons and faithless men.
I mean, it's pretty amazing, these oaths that they take, and they scare people with these oaths. David, you got anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, and the way that Freemasonry operates there is the way that covens operate. And these covens are networked. And these are networked across the country and even internationally. And they can assess threats to them in certain areas. Now, when they decide to target a group or an individual, they will get together just like this, and you have a group of people that they do blood rituals and they do their secret path, never to say anything, and they work together to take down individuals. And we are reading, and I'm just now beginning to catch up, and there's so much material out there on how to gaslight someone. And when they start playing with your mind, then they'll come in and they'll gaslight you and try to create an alternate reality in your mind to drive you crazy. And there are books out there on how to do this. This has become a sophisticated art, and this has come to a new level of sophistication. And this just means that the people of God, we've got to up our game. We have to up our game in prayer and awareness. And Jesus said, be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. And we have to know these infiltration and gaslighting tactics, because they're real. They work overtime to perfect this to an art, and they're getting very good at it.
Yep. And there's levels to this secrecy. And as we talked about just now, we talked about the Freemason oath, and then inside of these lodges, you're going to find people who are actually doing deeper, darker things, like David mentioned in this. And let me tell you this: when I first came across what we're getting ready to talk about here, I was appalled, and as anybody should be. And at the same time, I was skeptical, because I thought, how is this even possible? This cannot be possible. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. But back in 2016, myself and David, Donna, Rick, a guy named Dan, a bunch of people got together, and I'll tell you kind of the backstory behind it. There was a podcast I was listening to. Russ Dizdar was on it. He was talking about the Black Awakening, and he said it was very widespread. He's talking in the millions. And I said, well, if that's true, then, being that we are in such a highly Freemasonic state, this should be going on in our state, because he talked about the Freemasonic connections to that. So then I started doing research in Evansville, and I came across the Blue House case of Evansville. There was actually a documentary done by Current Affair about it. It was in a newspaper article. There was some stuff about it. And I came across this, and one of the first people that I saw was David, when he was actually speaking out against this in this documentary. And I thought, well, maybe I can get in contact with David. And so I did, and we did this documentary because I thought this needed to be out. It looked like the story got swept under. The prosecutor that wouldn't prosecute was still the prosecutor at the time. And I was thinking, man, this has to be brought back out. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. And just knowing the kind of secrecy, there's generational things that are tied into this. This is something that breaks boundaries of what you think is possible. But you have these people that are growing up in these generational households that are being abused in a way that is programming them to create these altars inside of their minds so that they can do different tasks and be the perfect have the perfect alibi. They didn't know about it because their other alter ego was doing this, and people call this I'm sorry, what is the term? It's not meant to, it's not split personalities, but it's something along those lines.
They call it DID.
DID, dissociative identity disorder. And what this does is it splits their personalities. They people don't realize that this happened, but there's documented evidence that this went on during MK Ultra. There's actually a book out about one of the doctors that was involved with not only Charles Manson, but also involved with the gentleman, I could call him gentleman, the guy who shot Lee Harvey Oswald, or I'm sorry, the guy that shot JF Kennedy. Who was the guy that shot JF Kennedy?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
The guy that shot Lee Harvey
said
Oswald.
He did.
Right.
Well, Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald.
He was Jack Ruby's doctor as well. There's a whole book about it that just exposes this. It's crazy. The guy got so many death threats putting it out because it was unreal, the connections that this guy found. But you'll see that they programmed these people to be completely unaware of their objectives and the things they're doing. And we found a similar situation. I found this after David had already found it years before in this Dark Covenant, where you had this similar situation going on, a continuation of this generational disgusting thing. And so I want to read a little bit out of David's book, David Carrico. This is called The Egyptian Masonic Satanic Connection. And I'm going to read here in point 8 that talks about the generational link, because I think that this is actually the second level of secrecy. There's the level of secrecies of a Mason, as we know that nowadays there's been Masons defect and the different stuff like this. This goes way deeper because this involves some very serious crimes and serious things that go on. So we have this generational tie, and it says point number 8. This is on page 119 of this book. It says many Freemasons have a tremendous compulsion for their children to continue on in the lodge. Many people have reported tremendous pressure from their Masonic parents to join Masonic organizations. This is a definite similar with Generation Satanists and witchcraft families. We believe the similarity is due to demonic influence. I'm going to read another passage or another part of this book right here. I don't have the whole cover on here, but this is called How the Illuminati Create an Undetectable Total Mind Control Slave. Sorry about that. And it's by Fritz Springmeier. And this is I'm going to be reading from page 276 here. If I can go to it here. All right, so I'm going to read this. It says, one of the important keys to success with Monarch programming, and I'll stop right there real quick. Monarch programming was a style of programming that they did back after World War II. I believe Nazi scientists who came over from Paperclip were involved in this, and they used the Monarch for several different reasons, which if you want to do some research in that, go for it. That's not what we're here to discuss tonight, but it is a type of programming that you will see used in Hollywood a lot. You'll see the butterfly on people's faces and different things along those lines. And it says, one of the key success with Monarch programming are generational spirits. The cover for this is Studies in Genetic Science. The programmers believe that genetics are important, but the real abilities to program someone come from the generational spirits that are built up in the bloodlines. And so you have a bloodline tie to this. And last week, David, you talked a lot about the bloodlines, families that have been around for a long time, that have documented their bloodlines, and that they believe that their bloodline holds a very high magical content, if you will. Can you talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind?
Yeah. Last week, we called it Bloodlines and Secret Societies. And you've got these secret societies. Let's say we've got a Freemason Lodge here. We've got a Witch Coven here. And these little groups. Now, they're networked. And the people that control these little networks of secret societies are the powerful bloodline families. They are the ones that drop the talking points and point out the targets. And this is the way the waybacks from the early American colonies, the Star families, they believe
happy. Wie schwer ist Englisch, oi oi oi. I am, you are and maybe. Wozu lern ich den ganzen Quatsch? Warum plag ich mich dann? Damit ich einem süßen Englischgirl morgen sagen kann. Ihnen zuliebe hab ich heimlich Englisch gelernt. Ihnen zuliebe aus meinem Sonntagsanzug sind die Flecken entfernt. Ihnen zuliebe, denn ich dacht mir so schön, einmal tanzen zu gehen und dass man dann im grünen bisschen sitzen bliebe, mir zuliebe. Ihnen zuliebe hat mich der Rayonchef gehaut, Ihnen zuliebe, denn ich hab aus der Portokasse Marken geklaut. Ihnen zuliebe, alles hab ich gemacht, jedes Opfer gebracht. Ihnen zuliebe, alles, alles, Ihnen zuliebe. My father likes the Pilsner beer, my mother likes a flower. Je mehr ich in die Bücher stier, je mehr wird's lernen sauer. Jetzt büffel ich daran herum, schon reichlich circa 14 Tage. Warum versteht das süße Englisch gar nicht, wenn ich ihr sah? Ihnen zuliebe möcht ich die Sterne vom Himmel selbst holen. Ihnen zuliebe hab ich im Stadtpark Rosen gestohlen. Ihnen zuliebe, sie in Rosen zu sehen, dacht ich mir wunderschön. Und dass für mich ein bisschen Duft auch übrig bliebe, mir zuliebe. Ihnen zuliebe hab ich mich mit der Poldi zerkracht, Ihnen zuliebe und mit der kleinen Steffi hab ich Schluss gemacht. Ihnen zuliebe, Darling, I love you, träume ich immer zu. Ihnen zuliebe, alles, alles, Ihnen zuliebe.
Wenn das die anderen wüssten, oh, aha, dass wir uns heimlich küssten, oh, aha, was sie zu sagen wüssten, ja, aha, das weiß nicht jeder, oh, aha, wie wird man uns beneiden, oh, aha, seht erst ein paar wir beiden, oh, aha, wer könnte das beschreiben, ja, das weiß doch keiner außer wir und wir, dies Geheimnis wollen wir bewahren und kein Mensch soll heute erfahren, oh aha, wenn das die anderen wüssten, oh aha, dass wir uns heimlich küssten, oh aha, was sie zu sagen wüssten, ja, das weiß doch keiner außer wir und wir. Ja, aha, das weiß nicht jeder. Weiß doch keiner außer dir und mir. dass wir uns heimlich küssen, oh, aha. Was wir zu sagen wüssten, ja, das weiß noch keiner außer dir und mir.
Ich immer bisher versäumt, das hast nur du mir so ganz erfüllt und all mein Sehnen gestillt. Wenn du nicht bei mir bist, dann fühlt mein Herz, wie es einsam ist. Es fühlt nur du wirst mein Schicksal sein und ich bin nicht mehr allein. Als ich dich einmal nur gesehen, da war es gleich um mich geschehen. Es war, als ob die Welt versinkt, das Herz in Sieg im Rausch ertrinkt. Was meine Sehnsucht freut und was ich immer bisher versäumt, das hat ein Wunder wie über Nacht mir deine Liebe gebracht.
diese Welt, seit ich die Frau gefunden, die mir gefällt. Noch gestern war der Himmel so grau, so grau. Heut ist derselbe Himmel so blau, so blau. Schön wie der junge Frühling ist diese Welt, seit ich die Frau gefunden, die mir gefällt. Du hast mit deinen Küssen mein Herz entfacht. Ich bin in deinen Armen erwacht.
Gesehen, halt, was ist nur mit ihm geschehen? Irgendjemand hat es mir gestohlen heute Nacht. Hoi, halt, sahen Sie vielleicht den Dieb? Wer kann dir sagen, wo es blieb? Eine kleine blonde Frau, die hab ich im Verdacht.
Ohne Herz kann man nicht lieben, drum will ich zurück.
Oder sie soll ihr's mir geben, ach, das wär ein Glück. Hoi, halt, haben Sie mein Herz gesehen? Halt, was ist nur mit ihm geschehen? Ach, ich bin so sehr betrübt, es war so schrecklich verliebt. Hoi!
Das ist mein Takt, ja, Babarabu, für jeden Takt, denn Babarabu, das macht die Welt verrückt. Babarabu, mein Herz klopft mit, ja, Babarabu, bei jedem Schritt, denn Babarabu, das jeden Menschen zückt. Und siehst du wo ein Mägdelein, ladet sie ein zum Stell
Und es rufen alle immer wieder Babarabbu. Mein Herz klopft mit, ja, Babarabbu. Bei jedem Schritt, den Babarabbu hat jeder Mensch entzückt. Und siehst du wo ein Mägdelein, ladest sie ein, so stell dich ein. Sagt sie dir gern und willig zu, machst mit ihr nur Babarabbu, Babarabbu. Das ist mein Takt, ja, Babarabbu. Für jeden Takt den Babarabbu, das macht die Welt verrückt.
Recent discoveries have uncovered dates, agendas, and goals that connect the Jesuits to a massive deception for the purpose of a multifaceted end-time delusion. The design of this deeply hidden plot has been to change the perception of the masses regarding the authority of the Bible, the correct shape of the earth, the layout of the universe, and the Creator's position in it. This change in perception has prepared minds for the overwhelming delusion to come upon the world under the first woe, the fifth trumpet, prophesied in Revelation chapter 9. This delusion will be a demonic attack under the pretext of an alien invasion. Reportedly, Vladimir Lenin observed, "A lie told often enough becomes the truth." This quote is discovered within the belief of most. The Earth is a sphere. It spins through space while orbiting the Sun, hurtling thousands of kilometers an hour inside our Milky Way galaxy. So ingrained is this belief, if one speaks of the words flat Earth, listeners snicker. The mental reflex of a flat plane from which a person might fall into an infinite space creates this disrespect. A globe Earth, because unproven, is pseudoscience, yet believed worldwide and passed from generation to generation, and any who question it is mocked and ridiculed. For millennia, well-educated people believed the earth was flat and placed at the center of the universe, enclosed there with a protective covering. In the early 16th century, Nicolae Copernicus introduced a different model of the universe in which the sun lay at the center and the earth revolved around it. Copernicus' heliocentric model is taught today, while the earlier geocentric model has been utterly rejected. Less than 100 years later, Galileo was persecuted by the Catholic Church for promoting Copernicus' theory and forced to recant his beliefs and spend the last years of his life under house arrest. Galileo's persecution for promoting heliocentrism is surprising, as the Catholic Church initially supported Copernicus' theories. Consider the following facts. 1. While some sources claim Copernicus never took the vows of a priest, he was a cleric and never married. Furthermore, the fact that in 1537 King Sigismund of Poland put his name on the list of 4 candidates for the vacant episcopal seat of Ermland makes it probable that, at least in later life, he had entered the priesthood. When Pope Paul III sought Copernicus for advice on how to reform the calendar, Copernicus at first demurred to answer. Later, he wrote a series of letters to the Pope containing accurate observations that actually served 70 years later as a basis for the working out of the Gregorian calendar. 3. For a long time, Copernicus refused to publish his beliefs on a heliocentric universe. Finally, in 1531, he published a brief abstract stating his theory in 7 axioms. From this, the concept spread rapidly. 4. 2 years later, Albert Windmanstadt lectured on the Copernican model before Pope Clement VII, an action for which he was richly rewarded. 5. In 1536, Cardinal Schönberg, who was Archbishop of Capua, urged Copernicus to fully publish his theory, or at the least have a copy made at the cardinal's expense. 6. Between 1539 and 1541, Copernicus published and distributed a 66-page letter and a preliminary chapter. 7. Copernicus explained in a letter to Pope Paul III that he finally yielded to the insistent urging of Cardinal Schönberg, Bishop Gies of Culm, and other knowledgeable men, and agreed to publish his manuscript. Copernicus' theory of a heliocentric universe was well known at the upper strata of the Catholic Church in his lifetime. While he preferred his theories published after his death, he ultimately agreed to publish his manuscripts on the persistent appeals of high church officials. Catholics were not first to reject Copernicus' views, for they themselves admit opposition was first raised against the Copernican system by Protestant theologians for biblical reasons. The Catholic Church advanced Copernicus' heliocentric model, constantly urging him to spread it abroad, together with other theories that opposed the sacred scriptures. The necessity to change public conception from an accurate belief in a flat, enclosed earth to a false belief grew slowly. With sapient baby steps, the whole world would become amenable to the final delusion of an alien invasion under the first woe. The Catholic hierarchy had the perfect opportunity to lay groundwork for a global deception to culminate in this Earth's final generation. This deception required a globe Earth spinning throughout the vast reaches of space, space inhabited by aliens and other sentient life forms. These contrivances created doubt in the Bible, putting science ahead of Scripture, which advises mankind the earth is enclosed and unmoving. They also place the Creator far away from His creation by presenting a universe unimaginably vast. To engineer this transformation in belief, the newly created Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, became the agents of change. The Roman Catholic Church was waging war on the new Protestantism believers having come from their own system, while Copernicus was resisting appeals to publish his theory of a heliocentric solar system. Under the approval of Pope Paul III, the Jesuit order was established in 1540, and Copernicus dedicated his book, Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, to this very same Pope. This newly formed order, the perfect instrument to implement a clandestine operation for the Pope of Rome, began changing the public perception of the authority of the Scriptures, the earth, and the Creator through the Copernican Revolution. By deliberately teaching their followers to invite demonic spirits into their human spirits, the Jesuits exposed what manner of mankind each truly was. The Jesuit founder, Ignatius of Loyola, had taught all members of the Society of Jesus certain spiritual exercises which made them practical, mind-controlled slaves to Satan. They were to daily become as corpses or cadavers, that they unhesitatingly obey the will of their superiors. In opening the mind to the influence of demons, these Jesuits brought in a spirit of malevolence, a demonic intelligence that was unprecedented in Catholicism. Now, satanically controlled, the Jesuit priests became successful in every evil endeavor. They became infamous for their skill at deception and subterfuge, their ability to infiltrate governments and institutions of learning, their standing as advisors to kings and new leaders in education. The very influence they wielded was tantamount to becoming humanly insurmountable. Working through government entities and in the field of world education, they guide scientific research to further their own ends and present the biggest lie of all time, a globe Earth. Following Copernicus' publications, it is probable the Jesuit order has produced more astronomers than any other demographic in Europe. That, ostensibly, a religious order should produce so many scientists should cause surprise. However, as these scientists have focused nearly exclusively in but one area, this gives us reason to question. Upon rejection of the sacred scriptures, which teach us Earth is a fixed, immovable object under a protective covering, a nefarious foundation was laid. Atop this were built perversions designed to force humanity to doubt the very word of our Father Yahuwah. With the biblical geocentric model rejected, a new explanation was required. A globe Earth, its orbit of the Sun for millions of miles every year, illimitable realms of space with billions of galaxies, each composed of billions of stars with worlds innumerable. All this became necessary to explain the new heliocentric model of the universe, and mankind, over a short time, lost his divine significance. Thereafter was created an environment within which the writings of Charles Darwin found a receptive audience. Once science showed the Bible wrong, the disparager then diverged from her religious guise altogether. anything suddenly became possible. There was nothing above question, including how the Earth seemed to appear in the vastness of space with all else, and the existence of extraterrestrials. The Big Bang Theory is, today, the leading explanation about how the universe began. At its simplest, it talks about the universe as we know it, starting with a small singularity, then inflating over the next 13.8 billion years to the cosmos that we know today. Priest Andrew Pinsent holds advanced degrees in theology from the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, as well as a doctorate in particle physics from Oxford. In January 2015, he wrote, "Being both a priest and a former particle physicist at CERN, I am often asked to give talks on faith and science. Quite often, young people ask me the following question: how can you be a priest and believe in the Big Bang? To which I am delighted to respond, we invented it. Or more precisely, priest Georges Lemaitre invented the theory that is today called the Big Bang, and everyone should know about him." The author of the Big Bang Theory was none other than the Jesuit-trained priest Georges Lemaitre. On October 28, 2014, Sarah Kerr reported,
Speaking to members of the Pontifical Academy of Science, the Pope said it is possible to believe in both, insisting God was responsible for the Big Bang from which all life evolved.
L'inizio del mondo non è opera del caos che deve a un altro la sua origine, ma deriva direttamente da un principio supremo che crea per amore. Il Big Bang, che oggi si pone all'origine del mondo, non contraddice l'intervento creatore divino, ma lo esige. L'evoluzione nella natura non contrasta con la nozione di creazione, perché l'evoluzione presuppone la creazione degli esseri che si evolvono.
Follow from cause to effect. 1. Without a globe Earth circling the Sun through the far reaches of space, we do not have the Big Bang. 2. Without the Big Bang, we do not have evolution. 3. Without evolution, we are more likely to accept creation as an act of intelligent design by a divine creator. The Roman Catholic Church does, in fact, accept evolution. Acceptance of evolution and its integral law of survival of the fittest gave rise to the bloodbaths of the 20th century in which millions lost their lives. Numerous researchers have established incontrovertible connections between the Vatican and the Nazi Party. Regardless of the level of collaboration between the Vatican and the Nazis, what happened after World War II is even more significant. Operation Paperclip smuggled hundreds of Nazi scientists, including top SS officers on trial for war crimes, into the United States for use in America's Cold War space race. One of these Nazi Party members, Wernher von Braun, was promoted to head up NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Under Operation Paperclip, some 350 German scientists and former intelligence agents were given visas and well-paying jobs. Many of these scientists had questionable pasts. Braun himself had been an active member of the Nazi Party, and his colleague at NASA, Dr. Hubertus Struggold, a specialist in aviation medicine, had performed experiments on concentration camp inmates. The purpose of this massive and illegal undertaking appears to have been for the establishment of a worldwide authority on all things relating to space and astronomy. NASA became the public face of space, It has long acted as a front, providing an unsuspecting world with pseudoscience legitimized by the backing of the U.S. government. NASA is its own monopoly. It controls the dissemination of public information on astronomy while hiding facts it does not want the public to know. While many countries and universities have observatories, always it is the statements, photographs, and discoveries of NASA that make the news headlines. With NASA in charge of the flow of astronomical information to the public, it appears the Vatican has remained a central player in the truly accurate astronomy not being released to the public. For hundreds of years, the Vatican has owned more telescopes and observatories than any organization, private university, or government. NASA and the Vatican jointly own Lucifer, the world's largest binocular telescope. According to the official Vatican website, the Vatican Observatory is one of the oldest astronomical institutes in the world. And yet, where are the photographs? Where are the news releases of the latest discoveries? Precisely what have the Jesuit astronomers been doing for the last 500 years? Only they know. NASA's public release of information promoting the idea of an expanding, thus ever larger universe of incomprehensible size has led to the supposition there must be alien life on other planets. After all, if the Big Bang produced life on Earth, why couldn't intelligent life have evolved elsewhere? In combination with Hollywood and the science fiction genre, NASA has created an environment in which contact with extraterrestrial life forms is both fearful yet desirous. A recent book may hold the key to understanding the final steps in this long conspiracy to delude the final generation. Authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam recently published a mind-boggling book in which they allege the Vatican actively seeks extraterrestrial life with their new Lucifer telescope. The book, Exo Vaticana, Petrus Romanus, Project Lucifer, and the Vatican's astonishing plan for the arrival of an alien savior, asserts the Vatican is waiting for an extraterrestrial savior. In researching their book, Horn and Putnam were granted permission to visit the observatory on Mount Graham, which hosts the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, VAT, in September 2012. Not only were they able to discuss the study of deep space with the Jesuit astronomers there, but they also gained access to one of the top Vatican astronomers in Rome. Horn said Brother Guy Consolmagno, who has also been called the papal astronomer, told the authors some astounding information during 5 interviews. He says without apology that very soon the nations of the world are going to look to the aliens for their salvation, said Horn. Consolmagno also gave the authors private Vatican documents which reveal much of the thinking of high-level theologians and astronomers within the Church. Horn said these documents show that they believe that we are soon to be visited by an alien savior from another world. These statements are not that shocking when the Vatican's ever-evolving stance on science and space is understood. On May 12, 2014, Pope Francis expressed a willingness to baptize extraterrestrials who indicated a desire for baptism. While the comment was clearly tongue-in-cheek, it made international headlines, this one crowing, "Cool Pope is so cool that he's willing to baptize Martians." The net effect? It removed the idea from science fiction and transferred it to the realm of possibility. Talking about it as if it were possible gives rise to minds more accustomed to the construct. After the Vatican hosted a 5-day conference on extraterrestrial life, Catholic priest Jonathan Morris appeared on U.S. Fox News to answer some questions.
How would it change the Church's teaching then? Well, if you consider for a moment, if you determine that there is extraterrestrial life there?
Well, one thing would be fascinating would be not only extraterrestrial life, but if it were extraterrestrial intelligent life forms. That would definitely make us go back and say, maybe our understanding of perennial truths needs to be updated. Now, the way we look at it is this. It's not about whether or not God was the creator, but rather how he created. It's not a question of whether original sin, this Adam and Eve story, is true or not, but our understanding of how that played out. So it's growing in our understanding of perennial truths.
I think that's an interesting explanation there. And I think also if it were determined, Father, that would be an earthquake, would it not?
It would be, and especially if the Vatican were involved in accepting that.
Questioning the cosmology of the earth often leads to people doubting Scripture and its author, and prepares the way for the overwhelming deception prophesied in Revelation chapter 9. Earlier it was stated, the Catholic hierarchy was presented with a perfect opportunity to lay the groundwork for a global deception to culminate in the final generation. The purpose for this intricate, multi-layered deception is to deceive the world's masses and create a desired outcome. To usher the world into a united one-world religion with the Pope reigning supreme, the devil will create a problem. This problem among Earth's citizenry will demand a solution. The solution will have a predetermined outcome. Our wise Creator has revealed this culmination of deception in Revelation 9. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven onto the earth. And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of Yah in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. The key to unlocking this prophecy is found in the phrase bottomless pit, from the Greek word abyssos, also translated deep in Luke 8:31. Demons beg to be sent into the swine rather than back to the bottomless pit, the same as the English word abyss. The star fallen from heaven refers to Satan, and when he is given the key to the bottomless pit, he releases hordes of demons onto the earth, appearing as an alien invasion from space, the first woe. These evil angels, as extraterrestrials, will have a distinct appearance and will launch a horrific attack on the earth, lasting for 150 literal days. The trumpets are both a solemn warning and a merciful invitation. They warn probation will soon close and invite all on earth to accept Yahuwah's free gift of eternal life. Those who heed the trumpet's warnings show their loving gratitude by living in compliance to Yahushua's will and are in obedience to all the requirements of his divine law, including the fourth commandment. The trumpets are loving gifts to these living saints of Yahuwah, who, after the close of probation, stand in the sight of a holy Elohim without a mediator. Almost 2,000 years ago, well before a Roman Catholic or Jesuit ever appeared, this series of events was foretold. Does not the amazing foreknowledge of our Father truly strengthen our faith? The righteous will see the trumpets unfold as prophesied, and their courage is strengthened. They are led more steadily to rely on the promises of Him who cannot lie.
The most interesting and newsworthy television show of the year is coming here to TCN. We are not bragging, that's actually true.
The president's been shot.
So our longtime producer Justin Wells and a team have been embedded, with no publicity at all, with Donald Trump on the campaign trail for months. They're the only crew capturing what is going on the campaign in real time, intimately. They're with Trump as he campaigns for the presidency across the country, and they've shot some amazing footage. It shows you what it's really like in there. So if you're a member, you will soon be able to get this docu-series covering the historic campaign, the fall of Joe Biden, never-before-seen footage from the assassination attempt at the Butler Township, Pennsylvania Trump rally, and a lot more. It's going to pull back the curtain completely. They are embedded inside the campaign. I can't wait to see it personally. But to get it first, go to tuckercarlson.com, become a member. The greatest television event of the year. We're proud to offer it.
This is one of those rooms where, in fact, this is not just one of those rooms. This is one of those states where I really feel like if I knew every person in here, I would like every person in here. I really feel that way. I evaluate people on the basis of my olfactory senses. I really try to be as close to my dogs as I possibly can. And my dogs know instantly whether you're someone they want to have dinner with, and I'm just getting a very strong aroma of good people. So thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted by last night's debate. And I know everyone has a different experience. I'm sure everyone watched, or many people watched, but I woke up thinking just one thing. Kamala Harris has a gun? What? How can that be allowed? And by the way, why is that not the headline on every paper in the world, internationally, from Frankfurt to Tokyo? I mean, Kamala Harris has a gun. And I'm about as pro-gun as anybody could be. I carry a gun. I've hunted and shot my entire life. I hunt with my dogs. I could not be more pro-gun. In fact, I'm so pro-gun I don't even talk about it because it makes me too emotional. I don't think Kamala Harris should have a gun. And she's the only person I've ever said that about. I just don't think she should. I don't believe in red flag laws. I think we can make an exception for her. A gun? Really? No. And is anyone going to ask what kind of gun and why she has it? She has no idea what side the bullet comes out of, like none. I'd love to watch her assess it. I spend an inordinate amount of time watching gun videos on YouTube, you know, like Hickok 45 or just gun reviews or whatever. I can just imagine Kamala Harris being like, So that was my main thought about last night's debate. I had a lot of other thoughts too, some of them quite dark, and so dark that I was pondering it in the shower today. And I want to tell you what I thought, because I actually felt like I came to some important conclusions. You can judge for yourselves. And then I'll stop and we'll get to the meat of the show with Dan Bongino, who's such a wonderful person who's here. I'm really honored to have Dan Bongino here. By the way, I was at lunch today downtown. You have some amazing restaurants in Tulsa, and I ran into two great people from Beverly, Massachusetts. What nice people. And, oh, there they are right there. And by the way, Tulsa is such a nice town that she goes, I want a picture. Oh, I left my phone in the Uber. And all of a sudden the Uber pulls up and this woman's like, you left your phone in the Uber, here it is. And I thought, what other city, no city I've lived in, would any Uber driver say anything other than, oh, a new phone, awesome. Go Tulsa. But anyway, they're like, oh, we're so glad to meet you, but we really came to see Dan Bongino. And I was like, yes, Dan Bongino. I love that. Anyway, here's what I thought. So I'm watching last night, and I thought to myself a couple of things. One, and I've made fun of Kamala Harris since Kamala Harris was dating Montel Williams. I mean, there's really nobody. I'm a kind of an OG Kamala Harris mocker.
I've had more fun making fun of Kamala Harris. I will never stop. I don't care if she becomes emperor of the universe. I will make fun of her. I recall her Montel Williams' side piece. I will play the school bus video. Like, I will never stop making fun of Kamala Harris because it brings me such deep joy. And I think we should do that. It's a sign of life when we can laugh at someone like Kamala Harris, and she's inherently ridiculous. She's not sinister and creepy like the guy she's running with. I can't even laugh about that guy. Woo! Not babysitting in my house. But, sorry, Tim Walz, I know you want to. You can't. But watching Kamala Harris last night, it actually made the hair on my arms go up because I realized something that I had felt before, which is that she has no limits at all. At all. This woman has no limits whatsoever. This is someone who is clearly not a person of faith, doesn't think God is watching, thinks she is God, has no kids, so doesn't care about, the future in the way that people who have descendants, I'm just being honest, do care, and feels like she can do anything, actually, and would do anything. And I thought, man, I'm glad I'm not someone she hates because I could, oh wait. Because if I'm being totally honest, she didn't seem like a buffoon last night at all. She seemed like someone with a mission. The mission is to take power. The process for taking power is memorizing a series of lines fed to her by her friends in Hollywood. She did it. She's dutiful. She's hardworking. And she's scary, absolutely scary as hell. And she has a long track record of putting people she doesn't like in prison. As one of those people, it gave me pause. And so I had a couple of quick thoughts, like, can I go anywhere? No, I'm American. I'm not going anywhere. I'm 55. I will die here, buried with my ancestors. I'm not going anywhere. So I'm staying. And I mean that. I mean that, especially, I don't know how much time you spend around rich people, but there is this kind of conversation that you hear if you're around rich people, which is like, well, I'm going to so-and-so, I'm going to so-and-so. And it's like, no. Actually, there's something about burning your boats, and my ancestors burned their boats hundreds of years ago, actually, here, so like I literally am tied to this country as deeply as anybody can be, but that's the right mindset. No, it's my country, actually, and you're not allowed to come in and just take it over. You know what I mean? And send in new voters from around the world to like eat my cat and get you elected. No, I'm not doing that. By the way, the spirit of hilarious resistance lives on the internet. If you haven't looked up cat memes in the last 24 hours, treat yourself. It's like no matter how dark it gets, there will always be somebody on Twitter who's just like a brilliant person, who comes up with an even funnier Save Our Cats meme. Anyway, but I thought, no, I'm not going anywhere. And I thought, this woman actually scares me for the first time. It was funny to make fun of her when she was this person who no one has ever voted for or ever liked. She has no fans anywhere. And for those of us who grew up in a system based on the idea that, in order to wield power, you have to have the consent of the governed. Do you remember that? That was actually the idea the country was founded on. That government has no legitimacy apart from the approval of citizens, period, because we own the country and they don't. Kamala Harris does not own the country. The people who work for Kamala Harris do not own the country. Federal bureaucrats don't own the country. The mayor of your town doesn't own the country. Anybody who works for the government works for you because you own the country, period. And kind of like any other job, you serve at the pleasure of the employer, as I found out personally a year and a half ago. And that's all right. I wasn't mad about it. That's fair. That seemed fair to me. The person who owns it gets to decide who works there, right? So, that's just the most basic arrangement in the world. If you catch your housekeeper stealing, she doesn't get to lecture you, right? You get to fire her because you're her employer. And our government servants, or they're our servants. They belong to us because this country belongs to us, period. And so I've never really been afraid of any politician in my life because why would you be in your own country? It's my country. If I do something wrong and you can prove it, then put me away. That seems fair to me. But you can't just hurt me because you don't like my politics or because I criticize you or because I point out that you're incompetent, greedy, and dishonest. That's not allowed. You can't put me in jail for pointing out that your friends killed Jeffrey Epstein. Sorry, you're the criminal, not me. Right? So there's really never been a time where I felt like, ooh, this is scary. And it made me mad, really mad, actually enraged me. And it was only after getting a text from one of my many children who was like, I think Trump did a great job and Kamala's an idiot and everything's gonna be fine, that I calmed down a little bit, and she may be right, I hope so. But I did think, like, what are the perils to me, to all of us, in a moment like this? And there's probably not going to jail. I mean, there are just too many, 350 million people. Like, we don't have the capacity to throw all the thought criminals in prison. We could throw some, but not all. Most of us are not going to jail. The real threat, actually, is a much deeper threat to ourselves. So I have noticed for the past, say, 10 years, I've been in roughly this business for almost 35 years, it's really accelerated in the last 10 years, where everyone who disagrees with the people in power is a bad person, is some species of hater. It's not just that you're wrong about tax rates or even gun control or abortion. It's that you hate women, or you're a racist, or you're some species of bigot. You're morally impaired. And of course, the irony is that in general, the people they call those names are the best people in America, actually. They're the most likely to help their neighbors, no matter what their neighbors look like. They're the most likely to leave the beleaguered waitress a big tip, actually. Studies have been done on this that show that people with our views are much more likely to give to charity, much more. How much do you think Kamala Harris tips? Right around 0, right? And so actually it's a pure inversion of the truth. It is a really dark lie. It's an evil lie. It's a sign, actually, of evil when you lie like that. There are many different ways to lie, and those of you who have children are familiar with a lot of them because kids lie. And it's always a little bit shocking when you catch your 4-year-old, who's like the center of your life and the most beautiful, pure being ever to exist, and you catch that child lying because, that's just part of what it is to be human. We're all fallen. But the way that kids lie is so instructive, and I'm sure you've seen it. Like, you come downstairs in the morning and like the Oreos are gone. And your 4-year-old comes down and you're like, did you eat the Oreos? And the 4-year-old is totally ashamed to be caught because the 4-year-old wants your love and acceptance and, does not want you to be mad at him. But he knows that he did it. And so he tells a lie that's like 3 degrees off the truth. He's like, well, I had 1. Well, there were 11 Oreos here, Dylan. Like, what happened to the other 10? I don't know. I had, maybe 2. And like every parent has seen this. And that's and you scold the child for lying because you want to raise honest children. In fact, that's really what you want out of life, is honest children. It's the most important thing. Honesty is the most important thing. However, it's an understandable kind of lie. That's not the kind of lie that our leaders tell us. The kind of lie the leaders tell us is the exact mirror image, the photographic negative of the truth. It's the opposite of the truth. So if you caught Kamala Harris and said, Kamala Harris, did you eat those Oreos? She would say, no, you did. You ate those Oreos, you racist. And there's something very effective about that because it throws you off. It's like, wait, these are the people. So I'm 55. I grew up in a world that kind of thought Martin Luther King was onto something, and we should judge our fellow Americans because they're our fellow Americans. We're in this together. We share this country. We should judge them by what they're like as people. And the Christians among us, which in my childhood was most of us, understood that God created all of us. We're all created by God, period. So we all have that divine spark within us. So you may be super annoyed at somebody, but in the end, God created him too. So you can't write people off on the basis of how they look. You can definitely write them off on the way they behave, fair, but not on how they were born. That's unfair. Everyone understood that. But people like Kamala Harris have created a system, it's like pretty common to the system we claimed we hated, where everyone is judged by their appearance and their genetics before any other factor. That's racist, okay? That's the definition of racist. That's what we said we hated. She did that. And so for her to turn around and tell me, or you, who actually would like to live in a colorblind meritocracy, which was like the promise of this country, that you're the racist, it's like, no, you ate the Oreos, honey, I didn't. But there's something about that kind of lying that throws you off base. It's like shocking. It's like so stunning that someone could lie with that little effect. Like all of us, like a normal person, not even a particularly good person, like let's just say me, you don't feel good telling a lie. Like your face twitches or you kind of look down. You can't make eye contact while you lie. I watched Kamala Harris last night. You ate the Oreos. And you're like, wow, maybe I did. Because nobody could make that claim unless there was a little bit of truth to it. Maybe I had one Oreo, maybe I was sleepwalking, maybe I had a head injury. Did I have a stroke? I remember this. I remember being called, the first time someone called me racist, I was like, huh? First of all, that's awful. No, I don't want to be called that. But I remember thinking about it. Am I a racist? No. Actually, I just don't like you. And you're a rich white lady. I don't think that's racism. I just don't like you. Anyway, after a while, watching people lie like that, and particularly watching them lie in the very specific way they do, which is accusing you of moral crimes, it can make you enraged. And here's what can happen, and I think this is part of the design. It can turn you into a hater, actually. They call you a hater enough, it will make you hate. It will. Maybe not on racial lines or whatever, but it'll fill you with hate. To be attacked like that so unfairly and to watch people wreck a country that your ancestors built, that they did nothing to build at all, and to sort of give it away to the rest of the world, give cell phones to people here illegally. What? There's nothing more insulting than that. You know, there's nothing more insulting than that. You can't afford a house, but they're giving housing vouchers to someone who broke the law to get here? What? You don't have to be anti-immigrant, which I'm not, by the way. I'm hardly anti-immigrant. I'm against that because that's the most unfair and insulting thing anyone's ever done. You're treating our country like a rental car. Seriously, like a rental car. Like you're scraping against, barriers in the Walmart parking lot, not changing the oil. Like you don't care. And that can fill you with hate after a while. And I would argue, because I do think this is spiritual, I don't think any of this is political, actually. I think the goal is destruction. The goal is lying for its own sake. The goal is to break things, actually. There's no effort to build anything. They're always telling you they're gonna make a better society. Okay, go ahead. By the way, if Kamala Harris just fixed the roads, made the DMV a little better, you know what I mean? Drop the price of breakfast cereal by $1. I'd probably, I wouldn't like her. I wouldn't agree with her on tons of issues. But at least you're doing something. You're making things a little better. Kind of hard to deny that. I'm for progress, actually. I think most of us are. No, it's only about destruction. And part of the thing they seek to destroy is you. From within. They call you a hater in the hope that you'll become one. That's true. And you just can't let them. You can't let them do that. And so and the reason that you can't let them do that is not for some abstract principle. I mean, again, I'm a Christian, I think that would be wrong. But it's not just because I disagree with it ideologically, it's because you don't want to live in hate. And as someone who lived in DC for a long time, I saw it. I saw people I really loved and respected become completely consumed with hatred, almost all on the left, maybe some on the right, but not that I can think of. I'm sure there are. But the Trump thing, I watched that whole thing. And I watched people who were, I'm thinking of one of my closest friends who was a wonderful person, nice family, very smart, way smarter than I am, become so obsessed with hating Trump. Not disliking Trump or disagreeing with Trump or calling him orange, all of which is fine. It's kind of hilarious, but that's okay. But actually hating to the point where his entire world revolved around hating this one guy to the exclusion of everything else, including love and joy. And I watched, and I'm sure you've seen that. Maybe they don't have that in Oklahoma. But in the other 49 states, it's pretty common. And, a lot of it is just displacing your own unhappiness or frustration with being middle-aged or whatever, the sadness of life, onto something else. There's that. But it's also true on a much deeper level that hating itself is bad for you. It does not help you at all. It doesn't help you achieve your goals. And your first goal ought to be to love the people around you. That is your duty, okay? That's the reason you're here, is to help people around you. And you can't do that when you're filled with hate because you're completely distracted by this rage within you and it diminishes you. And so you have to keep that out because you'll become like them. And if you become like them, then what is the point of the exercise? You might as well join them get a job at some private equity firm, you know what I mean? And just like be them. It pays a lot better to be them. In the last election, Bobby Kennedy just told me this. He's a wonderful man, by the way. I didn't know what I thought, but I think a lot of him now. He told me that in the 2020 election, Joe Biden's voters, I think there were several billion of them, I can't remember the exact number, it was 2 or 3 times the population of the earth voted for Joe Biden. But in this country, Joe Biden's voters held 70% of the wealth in the United States, and Donald Trump's voters held 30%. So that tells you how the parties have completely inverted. And so for working people or people who've been excluded from the current completely fake economy that they've created for themselves and their own enrichment, it's Trump is the party for those people, okay? And so I guess if you wanted to be rich, if you want to participate in the fake economy that doesn't actually make anything, it just loots, you would already be on their side. But you're not, because your conscience won't allow you to be. So don't destroy yourself through hate. And the other thing that they're all about is violence. It's hurting people. And I've been on the right my entire life, and one of the things that I think we forgot is that it is absolutely wrong. It is immoral. In fact, it is the greatest sin to kill people except in self-defense, period. And that's a pretty clear religious order, actually. It's in the books that we have, that we refer to constantly. And you can argue about what self-defense is, and a lot of really smart, decent people have, and I've got a wide strike zone for that, and I'm not judging anybody. I'm only saying if you're taking glee in shedding human blood, you're a monster, and you're serving a monster, which is called Satan, actually. And you should never, ever take joy in shedding human blood. Sorry. It's kind of weird to feel like that's a controversial statement, but it shouldn't be. It's very obvious, and it's terrible for you to worship the suffering of other people, or violence, or human sacrifice, which they worship. They had an abortion ban outside their convention, like it couldn't be clearer. So that's just killing for its own sake because you think you're going to be more powerful when you shed human blood. So I think the response to them, here's what I would argue. The response to them, whatever happens, you cannot let them steal your soul. And so the first thing to remember is that the only real way to judge how you are doing is not by living on the internet or some social media app or externalizing all of your fears and anxieties onto some politician or political campaign or whatever. It's to look around to the people around you in your orbit, the people for whom you're responsible. And responsibility occurs, in my opinion, in concentric circles. And this is an act of God in the life of every human being. God puts people right around you, and then a little farther out around you, and then a little farther out. And your job is to work from closest to you outward to make sure everyone's okay and well served. And then when they are, you move to the next circle, and then the next circle. And then finally, when every single person who's related to you, who went to school with you, who works for you, who works with you, who lives down the street from you, when they're all fine, then you can send mosquito nets to another country to help people you don't know. But the first responsibility, the reason you are here, is to love the people around you. Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. I am not in the studio. I'm in and you can hear it in the audio probably. I'm in the back of an SUV outside a hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think it's Tulsa, Oklahoma. Anyway, we're on the road for this month-long tour. And there's a lot going on in the world. And the question is, how do you understand what's happening? I mean, it's not all on Twitter. Sorry, much as we love Twitter. There are deeper trends unfolding. You probably sense that, and it would be helpful to have some grounding in exactly what they are. And if you're like me and you spent 4 years in college and didn't learn all that much, where do you go to understand what's happening to your world? Well, Hillsdale College, in our opinion, is one of the very few places left in the English-speaking world where your kids can get a real education, but not just your kids, you. They have free online classes, completely free. You can get them anywhere, including in the back seat of an SUV outside a hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And you'll know that when you go there. Go to tuckerforhillsdale.com, and they have an amazing new course called Marxism, Socialism, and Communism. Hillsdale is offering it. It doesn't cost you a dime, and you can pull it up right on your phone if you want. Go to tuckerforhillsdale.com and the class, Marxism, Socialism, and Communism, and you'll have a much better understanding of what you're watching every day.
Well, it's true, and it's obviously true. Someone just said, preach. That's the last thing I'm qualified to do. I grew up an Episcopalian. Are you joking?
don't even think that's allowed. I'm not allowed to preach, and I shouldn't be. My job is to notice the obvious things. And if God puts people right next to you, your job is to serve them, period. And that's the way you measure success and happiness. How is my spouse doing? How are my children doing? If you don't have a spouse or children, bless you. But there are still people around you. You still have obligations. And you have, the potential for great joy. It's not just an obligation. It's like, that's what life is. It's your relationships with the people right next to you. And if all of them are doing pretty well, you're doing pretty well. And just don't lose, it doesn't mean what happens to your country doesn't matter, the country that your ancestors built, that does matter. It matters in a global sense. This is the final beacon of light to the world. That's a fact. It's not just some dumb cable news talking point. That's a fact. Okay, so that does matter. History matters. Your role in history matters. All of that matters. But the first thing that matters is how the people around you are doing. So just don't forget that. They want to make you forget that. So I'm getting so spun up, I'm getting Perrier. I'm putting a little emergency Perrier here. And that's why they spend so very much time trying to divide you from the people closest to you. That's why they're always encouraging you to insult your grandparents at Thanksgiving over one of their stupid policies. Literally, how to have the conversation with grandpa, the racist anti-COVID vax guy. You're trying to break apart my family. You're a monster and a criminal. We should say that. Anyone who tries to break apart other people's families is a monster and a criminal, period. That's the worst offense you could commit. There's no worse crime than that, actually. And they do it out in the open. The media does it. I'm not even gonna talk about the media. They're clearly servants of evil, obviously. But we know that. It's not even worth, whatever. Got it. Well, I know that. I've been 33 years in the media, so I can promise you that's true. But don't let them divide you from the people you love, which is another way of saying don't let them divert your attention from the things that really matter, which are the people directly in front of you. And the second thing that you should remember, they're gonna try and goad you into violence. Now, you could certainly make the case that in some cases it's justified. I've said this in public and I mean it. When I was growing up, if someone got creepy, like sexual with your kid, you got to punch them out, period. Like that just wasn't allowed. And so I don't understand why every school in the country has these therapists and nurses who are having creepy sex talks with your kids. Like why do people, we're the dads actually. Shut the school down over that. Shut the school down. You're not allowed to have creepy sex talks with my kids, period. Under any circumstances. And I don't care if you're some like heavy-set nurse who's like, oh, I'm just doing it. I don't care. You're a creep. Get out of here right now. That's just a fact. I don't care how they describe themselves or tell you what they think they're doing or whatever lie they make up to justify what's actually happening, which is creepy sex talk with your kids. If it was a stranger in the park, you'd punch him out. So I'm just noting that. I'm not advocating violence. I guess what I'm saying is it's very obvious to me that they are violence worshipers. They've spent the last 20 years paying very close attention to every federal agency with guns. They're all about violence. They love pointless wars. They love killing people for no reason in other countries, just for the sake of it, because it makes them feel powerful. Hillary Clinton laughs as she talks about the murder of somebody. Really? A human being, I don't care who's dying. No normal human being feels glee at the death of another human being. I don't care if he deserved it or not. That's sick. And your soul is rotted if you feel that way. Don't let your soul rot. But that's how they are. They worship violence and blood. That's why they love abortion. And euthanasia. Don't become that. So if we get to a point in this country where things are really moving, in the wrong direction in a threatening way, you still should not commit violence. You don't have to hurt anybody. Here's what you have to do. You have to be willing to be hurt. That's the truth. You do. You have to be willing to stand up and say, I'm not gonna hurt anybody, but I will put it all on the line. And that actually changes things. I can think there's one sort of famous leader in first century Palestine who did that. And there have been, subsequent leaders who followed his example. If you want things to change, you have to make sacrifices. And those do not have to include hurting other people physically. I'm sorry, they don't. But they do include being willing to be inconvenienced or punished. And the question at that point arises, well, how serious are you about it? Does it really matter to you? If you actually felt your family was threatened, what wouldn't you give up? in order to protect them? Would you give up your safety and your convenience? I think you would. So just be prepared to do that. And the last thing I will say before turning it over to my friend Dan Bongino is that you have to keep your sense of humor. It's so important. It's balm for the soul to laugh. And I have a terrible tendency to go right to sort of bitter, nasty mockery. I'm not recommending that. That's a reflection of my own diseased soul that I can't just make normal jokes. I have to make fun of Kamala Harris. Of all the things she's done, the fact that she was Montel Williams' side piece is the first thing I go to because it's like hilarious. I don't think that's a virtuous thing to do. I'm a little ashamed that I do it, so is my wife, as she's pointed out many times. But the capacity to laugh at what you're seeing around you, and especially laugh at yourself, to note how inherently ridiculous you are, so important. And I worked in a business my whole life of people who were really smart and talented and high achievers, television. But the one thing they didn't have was the capacity to laugh at themselves because they could not admit how inherently absurd they were. And I always wanted to mandate as a rule, all the TV networks I worked at, where every male anchor would have to have mounted a full-length mirror outside his shower. And I just felt like that would solve the problem immediately because, and I'm including myself in this, like there's no way as a man that you can all of a sudden catch sight of yourself naked, lumpy, furry, this kind of lopsided primate, and take yourself that seriously. Like you kind of know you're not God. I don't know, I don't have a ton of mirrors in my house, but occasionally I'll be on the road in a hotel and be like, what the hell is that? Oh, that's me. Well, I'm absurd, aren't I? I can't believe my wife, bless my wife, never mentioning that to me. Women are so great, they're the best. But it's so, and obviously there's horror and an attempt to spray the mirror with shaving cream to make the images stop. But after I calmed down, I'm like, I'm so glad I saw that because I've been restored to reality. I put myself in perspective in the world. One of the saddest things about modern society is the light that our cities emit at night prevent us from seeing the stars. And when you can't see the stars, it's not just because I'm interested in astronomy, which I'm not. I am interested in perspective very much. And we live in a rural area. When I look up at night, the first thing I think is, boy, am I insignificant. I actually don't think I'm the center of the universe. It slowly dawns on me. Like, I don't think I'm the most important thing. And it's good to know that because I'm not, actually. And humor is a really great shortcut to that understanding. If you can laugh at yourself, if you can laugh at the situations around you, you have instantly put it into perspective. And the important perspective is this is just a blip on a timeline that goes on for who knows how long. It does end, by the way. I just don't know when. But that kind of lets everybody know you feel that. But the most important thing about humor is there's nothing that your opponents hate more than being laughed at because they think they're God. And when you laugh at them, it is like hitting the Wicked Witch of the West with a garden hose. They just melt into this cackling pile of witch clothes. They can't stand it. If you make fun of them, you disempower them because you tell the truth about them, and the truth is they're absurd. They may be evil, but they're also stupid. And we need to say that out loud. And in fact, it's the saving grace. If they were evil and smart, we'd be in serious trouble. But no, they're Kamala Harris. They may have dark intentions, but she's still dumb. And I just thank God for that every day. So with that, I want to introduce Dan Bongino, who, from my experience spending the day in Tulsa, I've learned everybody knows Dan Bongino. Everyone's wearing his awesome t-shirts. Everyone seems to love him. So I just want to add very quickly my perspective on Dan Bongino, whom I worked with. I knew Dan Bongino. I actually had Dan Bongino on when he was running for office, when he just left the Secret Service, and then I became his coworker, and then I became his friend, which I am now. I would say two things about Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino is one of the smartest people I've ever met, actually. Dan Bongino has the ability to boil down what's happening, incredibly complex things, into the perfect distillation. Like he can tell you exactly what's happening in one phrase, and he does it in a Queens accent, Queens, New York accent, which is just absolutely the greatest. And the second thing I'll tell you about Dan Bongino, you probably already suspect, is he's one of the toughest human beings in the world, for real. Not just because he can do 50 one-arm push-ups, which he can, Ask him what his pull-up record is. I haven't even bothered. It's a lot. No, I mean in a much more significant way. He's tough inside, and you know that the measure for most men is how you deal with your employer. Because it's one thing to be the tough guy in the bar at your own dinner table. Dad's pretty tough. One thing about dad is he's pretty tough. Okay, yeah. Okay, Dad, slow down. But what's your attitude at work? If your employer's like, I want you to do something that violates your conscience, and no one's around, there's no one around. Your wife doesn't know. You're not humiliated in front of your loved ones. It's just like, go ahead and do this thing and everything will be cool. What's your answer? Just sort of violate your own moral code. No one will know. And I just happen to know for a fact that Dan Bongino's response was like, what? Get bent. No, next. And so Dan Bongino's definitely the kind of guy who would have a lot of trouble holding a job in the media business. In fact, it would be impossible. And so Dan Bongino has made his own media business, which has been wildly successful. And I'm proud to be his friend on the basis of that and many other qualities. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Bongino. Oh man, I'm glad you're here.
What a crowd. Good to be here with you, bro.
And I'm glad you're here. I think you took work off to be here, which I'm really grateful for. But I've waited all day. I think you're the first person I've asked this. What did you make of that debate last night?
Well, here's what I usually have to, the Bongino rule? Yeah, who listens to my show? Okay. So we've got a few.
Everybody.
So there's 2 or 3. There's 2. My statistics course and my math skills are terrible, but what do I always tell you with the Bongino rule? I say, give it about 24 hours to let a story brew. So I generally, like Tucker, will go and listen to what most of the jerkwads in the mainstream media have to say, and then I naturally assume the opposite is true.
Fair.
Right? So when I heard this morning, after watching the debate and doing the live show, any of you guys tune into our live stream? Yeah, man. We kicked some ass. Did you see that? We were like number 5 in the world. We beat all these billion-dollar media companies in my attic, in a studio. It's like falling apart. Seriously, with like wires hanging out of the ceiling. We did that. Well, you all did it for us, and we appreciate it. So I get up in the morning, and having run for office and having been on TV and in radio, I realized, when you run and you got skin in the game, that everything you know about politics is probably wrong from the candidate side. It's only 2 things. Anyone know what it is? Man, you got my homies here. My man, brother, I love this guy. I'm gonna come down. If my knee wasn't bad, jump off the stage and hug you. It's 2 things if you listen to my show. And if anyone tells you it's anything different than these 2 things, promptly dismiss them as ignorant morons. Politics are snapshots and sound bites. That's it. Guys like me and Tucker and all of you politically active patriots, you guys don't need to be convinced. You guys don't need a white paper to understand that high marginal tax rates suck and all that. You don't need that, okay? The Americans out there who are busy and I don't hold anything against them, who are busy and working in that soccer games, right? They see a picture and they see a soundbite, and they hear a soundbite. That's it. So when I woke up this morning, I noticed that through the snapshots and soundbites lens, I'm looking at the snapshots of Kamala Harris. And I'm like, someone gonna show me the good one? She's like, no, I'm serious. What the hell was it? The thinker pose? Like from the famous statue? Kamala, who's never been known as a thinker, she's like, the school bus, and the greatest clip ever, Trump with Tucker. And then they get on the school bus. So I'm like, okay, where's the snapshot? Everyone has a snapshot. Remember even George W. Bush, he was debating Gore, and Gore came over. Remember he gave him the look, and that was the snapshot, right? Where was the snapshot? So the media's telling me it was this big, resounding victory. President Kamala Harris, ladies and gentlemen, everyone go home. And I'm like, okay, there are no snapshots, so I'm gonna have to clean this up for my audience, some of them may believe this BS. And then I said, well, clearly there'll be a soundbite. I won't take advantage of my opponent's youth and inexperience. The 1980s called for their foreign policy back. There's going to be one of those, right? And I noticed something. There wasn't. It's like magic. And you know why? Because the left-wing media goons have a problem right now. And the problem's Elon Musk. They did not want to, I'm serious, and it's a real problem. They did not want to spread the BS sound bites around because they were all fake. None of them were real. They were all inauthentic nonsense. You know, the fine people thing, we've heard it. The bloodbath, we've heard that too. There's no soundbite either. So sorry, I promise I'll keep my other answers tighter, but long-winded answer to a very simple question. That debate was at best a push. And if it's a push and Trump is ahead, which I believe he is, then I take it as a W for us. So don't believe the hype.
For 35 years, Liberty Safe has been the #1 manufacturer of safes made in this country, American made, from start to finish. They make high-quality gun safes, I've got one, vault doors, home safes, handgun vaults, whatever you need to protect the things you value. And again, I can tell you from personal experience, these guys know what they're doing. I use Liberty Safes for the things that I don't want stolen, the things that really matter, my father's shotguns, the documents that I've got to have, and a lot more. I'm not going to tell you what else, but you need one. Crime rates are way up, and if you have anything you would like to protect that you need to protect, Liberty Safes is the way to do it. Now, Liberty Safe has over 350 dealers nationwide who specialize in delivery and installation and answering any questions you have. If you've got something to protect, they've got a way to protect it. Visit libertysafe.com, pick out what you need, and be sure to use the code Tucker at checkout to let them know that we sent you. They'll take care of the rest. Liberty Safe is a product we fervently believe in. With Liberty Safe, you are always protected.
Sorry.
No, that wasn't long-winded at all. I think that's really smart, and I think you're absolutely right. I kept thinking, you're frustrated. It's just like anything. It's like watching your kids play sports. Like, God, don't you see that? Whatever. Yeah. But, and the closer you are and the more emotionally invested you are, the more emotional you are about it. But I didn't see any moment in that where someone's like, I'm really not sure who to vote for. Oh, I'm voting Kamala Harris.
Yeah. I think when you run for office and you see this too, you start to figure out too that political narratives that the mainstream media tell you are damaging are typically not. The only damaging political narrative, or what would have hurt Trump last night, because I believe he's ahead. Now, is there going to be some cheating and scamming? Yeah, in a fair election, I believe he's ahead. So if he's ahead, all he had to do was push last night, but we were told he lost. I went on my show today and said he didn't. So if he lost, there had to be a damaging and destructive political narrative. The only damaging and destructive political narratives are ones that do this one thing. They change your pre-existing notion of who a candidate is, right? I'll give you a quick example, right?
That's smart. That's right.
You hear a story about Ted Cruz in a strip club. It hurts. That's going to ding him up. That's not his reputation. Everybody believes him to be a far different guy, which he is. That's a damaging story. Yet you hear that story, say like some country singer who's a real partier or something, runs for office, and you hear he was in a strip club last week. Is it gonna it's not gonna do anything. That's why all those stories about Donald Trump, people had already seen him on the Howard Stern show talking about being a young single guy in New York. Like none of it hurt. So I ask you, if Trump got hurt last night, what changed your mind? Good luck. That's why everybody's quiet, because I'm right. But what changed your mind about Kamala Harris? Well, 28% of voters say they don't know who Kamala Harris is. Well, who is she after last night? Yeah, you in the front row. Well, who is she? Oh, I don't know. She's the thinker lady? What did she tell you last night that changed your mind? Nothing. So how did we lose? I agree with your point. I think there were a couple moments, and I think you and I mean, you are the master debater. You have to say those words. If you listen to my show, don't say them fast.
I've been called worse.
You are the man. You have to say, but you did this for a living on TV in front of 4 million people a night. it's our instinct to go, gosh, you had it, like go for it. And I get it 100%. There were a couple answers that probably could have been tighter, but I feel pretty good. I'm not cocky about it. I don't want to hear any talk about a red wave. You're gonna get kicked in the nuts again if you keep talking about that. But I feel, sorry, I put a cup on, but I just like, I feel pretty good. Last night was at best a push.
It's interesting that you said that the Twitter, that X, that Elon Musk is a pivotal figure in this election. Can you flesh it out a little bit?
So I'm reading this article in the Washington Post. The democracy dies in the dark.
It's always the opposite, of course, as noted, of what they're saying.
Do you believe?
But they are literally an iron curtain over information. The point of the Washington Post is to hide reality from you, is to tell you that your eyes are lying to you.
Isn't it hilarious? Like they had the balls to put that on like their masthead, like democracy dies at the Washington Post. Like that's hilarious. I'm reading this piece the other day, and the headline is, it's the 1,000th piece with the same title: Elon Musk's misinformation about the elections, a threat to democracy. From the people who promoted the Russia hoax, the Hunter Biden's laptop was a Russian disinformation hoax. It was kind of hilarious. And I thought, and I know, Tucker, you and I actually discussed this on my show when you were kind enough to come on at the RNC. I thought to myself, like, folks, the demons are real, man. Evil's a very real thing. Evil's a very real thing. I was talking to this gentleman who runs a pro-life advocacy group, this guy Dan, who he advertises on our show too. And we're talking about a group of people right now who talk about the craziest things, like castrating kids in schools, showing them porn. What you said before, I've heard you say many times, and you're right, like this is the kind of stuff 30 years ago you'd be beaten up by the parents or arrested for doing, and everybody would celebrate you. And the thing about Elon that has them so threatened is Elon has provided a platform for the first time, and he's a self-admitted not conservative, he's just not a liberal either, that has them genuinely threatened because the liberals built this thing. They built essentially this new global, almost like cosmic town square with Starlink, right? They built this cosmic town square, which they thought mistakenly was gonna create a monopoly over ideas for the next generation of kids. And what happened? This Tony Stark-like billionaire comes in and buys the platform and says, listen, I'm not really a conservative, but those are crazy. And I'm gonna let you conservatives talk. And the entire world melted down. I mean, there is nothing that frightens the liberal right. Am I crazy? What is the liberal's biggest fear? The modern liberal, his biggest fear is the community note. There is nothing the liberal hates more than being embarrassed because they're not used to it. Listen, you worked at CNN with Crossfire and all these people, you know how they are. They are so used to being at these bourgeois cocktail parties. They're so used to having the foie gras fed to them and people kissing their ass. Remember the old adage was, don't mess with people who buy ink by the barrel. People mess with the cops before they mess with the media. And now nobody respects them. People are like, community note, you dumbass. And they look stupid and they don't know how to respond. Elon has changed everything. The whole game has changed and they don't know what to do.
So I would say, I would put a little finer point on and say, I've been around rich liberals every single day of my life until 4 years ago when I just said I'm never gonna be around them again. I did my time. But I spent 51 years around rich liberals, and I think the secret that they're hiding, they don't hide the weirdness of their sex lives or the chaos of their personal lives, that's all known. The one thing they don't want you to know is that they're mediocre. That they don't have any skills, actually. They can't really do anything. And so they built this entire universe of nonprofits and colleges and government bureaucracies, all designed to give them employment, wealth, and status, when in fact, they don't deserve any of it because they're totally useless people, actually. They can't do anything. They're not impressive. They're dumb. And I know that because I know them. I'm not guessing about this. And I think social media have allowed us to see who they really are. So like, you know, Hillary Clinton is like not an impressive, you know, she's evil or whatever, and she's worshiping Baal in her spare time and all that. True. But really, she's like not very smart. She's never had an original thought. She's totally banal. If you asked her like her deepest thought, it would be like, today is the first day of the rest of my life. Like, she's got a kind of bumper sticker IQ. She's an idiot, actually. They all are idiots. And social media allows everyone to know that. And so they just can't wait to put people like you in prison, so you'll stop pointing it out.
You know, that's just brilliant. You know Fred Siegel? He passed, but he revolted.
He was my editor, actually, for years. Wonderful man.
Man, he has an amazing book I can't recommend enough. It's called Revolt Against the Masses. And it's a history of what Tucker just said. You pointed that out just beautifully, and you segued nicely from social media. But the gist of the book is very simple, that what Tucker said is accurate. These people hate everything meritocratic or anything involved in a meritocracy precisely because they have no merit. They are completely mediocre people who yearn for this new aristocracy of ideas where because they said something and they've got an NGO label next to them that you're supposed to default to it's true. And under the even mildest of scrutiny from a former cop who grew up in Queens who asks a simple question like, there's a pee-pee tape out there? It's kind of weird, no one's seen it, right? Like Donald Trump drinks Diet Coke for breakfast and it was a major story in the Washington Post. Like, there's a pee-pee tape out there? And they're like, how dare you ask that question? I'm part of the ideological aristocracy. Weren't you a cop and an agent? Yeah, I worked for a living. I had a real job. I have kids. I'm sorry you didn't. But I mean, you having worked with these idiots, that's a brilliant point, that in social media, you're exposed to their imbecility every single day and they hate it. And Elon won't give the buffer mechanism of deleting your account. And he allows you to go back and forth with them, you know?
But I didn't used to think this. I always thought because I worked in the media and people would always say they hated the media and I'd be like, all right, but it's not that big a deal that the media is rotten. I completely changed my view, but it's people speaking is the thing that upsets them most.
Yeah.
You can unleash physical hell on a city. You can destroy our largest city, New York City, through unrestrained immigration, and people are literally defecating on the sidewalk and getting raped on the subway, and it's like not a big deal to them. But if you say something out loud that exposes their lies, they actually want to kill you. That is the one thing they can't stand. So my question to you, as someone who just left the media and built his own media, God bless you for that, once again. Like, how long can they tolerate you? Honestly, because what you do is not just inconvenient to them, it's like the thing they hate most. Like, they stay up late thinking about you.
Yeah. I wrote a whole chapter in this last book about basically giving a middle finger to these it's not just leftists, by the way, it's swampy Republicans too. I hope you all understand that. Like, don't think yeah, I mean, listen, you expect stupidity from the liberals, but what Tucker's getting at with this, they don't want you to speak. He's 100% spot on, and it's the swampy right too. And how long will they let me speak? I say all the time, like the most dangerous guy, and it's probably cliched, but whatever. But it's true. Cliches always have an element of truth to them, or they wouldn't be cliches, right? The most dangerous person in the world is someone with actually nothing to lose. And I had this weird moment. I don't want to be macabre, and I'm not here to be like Danny Downer, but when you get something like cancer and they're like, hey man, you could like die and stuff, and that's not cool. And where's my don't get dead guy here? And there you go, don't get dead, brother. What's the number one rule of the Dan Bongino show? Don't get dead. So when and liberals do things that help you get dead, but so does cancer. Cancer will help you get dead quick, so don't get it sucks. So when you survive something like that, and you realize, gosh, man, I know I have an expiration date, but I was hoping it wasn't like next week or anything like that, right? It changes everything. And they tried to stop me. I got involved early with Parler because I knew Twitter under Jack was a train wreck. And it took $3 trillion companies to take me down. You know, we were the #1 app in the world, not in news, not in the world. We built that thing from 200,000 users to 20 million in a year I was involved. And it took Apple, Google, and Amazon to take me down. And I gotta tell you something. I looked at my wife when it happened. It cost me a lot of money. And I put a lot of sweat equity into that. And well, they tried. And I was very upset. I mean, my wife and I cried a lot about it because we really, thank you. And I said, what do you do next? So after spending a couple days thinking about like, how do I stick it to them? And this is the chapter where I wrote it. I wound up having a conversation with this guy, Chris, and he had this company called Rumble. It was largely just like a lot of pet videos. And Chris asked me, he said, you think you can do with Rumble what you did with Parler? I said, you're damn right I can. I said, give me one more shot to stick it to these people. And I'll tell you something, last night, I saw some statistic, I think it was on Live Search app, that 13% of the digital video traffic last night in the United States was Rumble. And I thought to myself, holy shit, you believe that? We were doing pet videos, 5 years ago, and thanks to his, so you can't let him win, Tucker, ever. And they took us down, and then they said, well, what if they come get you on the servers? So we were like, okay, let's build our own server farm. And then someone said to me, and that's what we did in Rumble. Now we have Rumble Cloud. And then someone said to me, Dan, they're gonna cancel you processing, like Stripe's gonna come after you. I said, how hard is it to start a processing company? They were like, it's hard. I said, let's start one. And it's great. We have parallel economy. And then they said the book publisher, they're definitely not gonna publish any of your books. So I looked at my wife and I said, she's backstage. I'm like, how hard is it you think to publish books? Very hard. I'm like, yeah, let's start a publishing company. So I publish my own books now. F these people. Whatever they tell you can't do, you go do it. And then you start your own company. And then you get your own advertisers. That's how you do it. You pulled a Leo DiCaprio from Wolf of Wall Street, just don't defraud anyone. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I will haunt. You tell these liberals, I will haunt you sons of bitches for the rest of your lives on this planet. YouTube decided to cancel me. YouTube sends me a letter, an email, we're canceling you. You said masks don't work. They said, you gotta pull this video down. I said, I got a better idea. I'm gonna cancel you idiots, and I'm gonna go advocate for a platform, and then Rumble went and sued them later for like screwing them up. I'm like, screw these people. Don't ever let them beat you down, ever, ever. Whatever they tell you not to do, you do times 10. Look at my sister clapping up. My sister's here for Kelly, wave to everyone. There she is. And then my brother-in-law, Chuck, too. I used to sleep on Kelly's floor in our house in Selden because we didn't have any air conditioning in the other room. Remember that? They'd be like, put a few blankets down. It's a hard floor. That was it. It was awesome. Good to see you.
What does the HR department at your company say when you talk like this?
Paula is the HR department. Paula, what does HR say when I talk like this? So once in a while, I'll come down. There were a couple times I was doing Unfiltered, like this Fox show, and some stuff would there was always a little squeeze sometimes, and I'd come down and she'd be like, you did it again, didn't you? I'd be like, yeah, I did. One more time, sorry.
Do you think in your heart of hearts, deep inside, when you were working for the company you just mentioned, did you think to yourself, maybe I don't have a super long future in corporate media?
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Listen, man, I can't work for anyone. I'm too old for this crap, I have a set of ideas and things I'm going to say, and I don't really give a damn about having some moral or ethical censor over me. There's a lot of things on my show I wish I could change. I met a lady on the photo line, super nice. She's obviously here. She was in the VIP thing, and she's like, Dan, I love your show, but you really have to stop cursing. And I said, I'm with you. I know she's right. I love Jesus, man. I love Jesus. Jesus doesn't like when people curse. But there's a part of me that really is hard to dig out, you know, and it's this New York part of me. And when I'm dropping like a massive F-bomb, believe me, I'm not proud of myself. I got kids too. I mean, sometimes I think, gosh, like my 12-year-old's probably watching this going, Dad, please don't. But I'm just a really passionate guy. And
did you talk like that growing up at the tennis club in Palm Beach, or no?
Listen, brother, I learned how to swim in a fire hydrant in a corner of 64th Place in Myrtle, and you're like this, you know? So, yeah.
I don't even know where that is. That's like
Kelly does. Kelly does. She used to come out and visit. Our parents, so Kelly's she's my sister. I've grown up with her forever, but we don't actually share any biological relationship. My parents got divorced very young, so she's always taken care of me. So she would visit her dad in the city, and then my dad would come and get us. So in order to save the ride, my father would then pick her up at my house and drive her back to Long Island after he dropped us off. So yeah, man, we grew up above a bar in a cockroach-infested apartment. So I always get a kick out of it when some, liberal, bag tells me like, you don't know what it's like to be one of us. Really, bro? Are you serious? Like I was one of you before you were ever one of you. Like you have no idea, you know?
When was and then you worked famously for the federal government. When did your views become what they are now?
So I was a cop in New York, and I was never, ever a liberal, ever. But I was definitely a left-leaning independent. And I had a bumper sticker on my Ford Escort that said, "Question authority." Like that was my thing. I never trusted anyone. It's the only thing that kept me from being a Democrat. I was never a Democrat. I've never voted for a Democrat, never registered Democrat. But when I became a cop, I knew the conservative path was the only way. You can only walk into so many generational broken homes where the grandmother, the mother, and the kids are living in the same rent-controlled, bug-infested apartment, and nobody has a job. You can only walk into that home 100 times before you say, man, if this is the government helping, like, don't help me. Please, the old Reagan adage, right? I'm from the government, I'm here to, please stop helping. Please, God, I'm not using his name in vain at all. Stop helping people. And, that's when I started to really see the light. And then since, I'm always comfortable talking to you as a friend. I mean, it was, my mom. It was hard. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but I just lost my mom, and, she, thank you, brother. I needed that. My mom, I get a call recently, it was not that long ago, and she had fallen down the stairs and died unexpectedly. But my mom was, she loved me, but the system broke her, man. It just broke her. I mean, she was this really powerful, strong woman who had been through so much, and I just watched this decay over time. And the problem is the government was always trying to help her. She was on SNAP and all these programs and all of these things. And when you tell people it's okay not to add value to the world and be productive, then I've got news for you. A lot of people will just stop being productive. And it really hurt. I mean, I tried to save her so many times. And I mean, outside of the just trauma of losing her, and when I did, it was so unexpected. The part that still gets me now is I really always thought I was 5 minutes from saving her. I swear, my wife could tell you, I was like, this time is it. Like, I'm gonna get it this time, and we're gonna turn this ship around, and can't save her now, And I'm telling you, that's what the government does to people. It's why I'm so passionate, like you, about this cause. I mean, my wife and I used to sit back at 8 o'clock. I've told you this personally. You know it's true, because I've told you many times. And your monologue on Fox was must-see. It was the only thing I would sit there and be pegged to the screen. I watched the other guys, but it was like, my white boat, get the popcorn out, man. Because it was always something I learned that was insightful. And I got that you feel the same way I do. Like, I'm not passionate about, I'm not running for office, folks. I don't need any more money. I've invested a whole bunch of stuff. Life is good. I am on the air every day as an evangelist for this cause, and that is it. I don't care if I ever get another sponsor. It's to warn people that government is a cancerous plague in your life, that outside of our military, a functioning court system, and a local government for some roads and traffic lights, there is nothing these people will do for you that will not destroy you in the end. It's terrible.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's absolutely true. I don't want that to be true, but they don't have a single success, actually, not one. So, you judge the tree by its fruits. I want to ask you specifically about something that has bothered me for the past 6 weeks that we do not talk about at all, and you are uniquely positioned to comment on it, and that's the attempted assassination of Trump. And I will stop there. What was that, do you think?
I was at a congressional hearing with some members of Congress who actually cared about it, Eli Crane and some others, not necessarily some of the leadership who, I'm not saying they don't care, they just it's just weird. Like, the former president, potentially next president of the United States, was shot in the head on live television. A guy was murdered in front of his kids, and the stories disappeared into like the Superman 2 Phantom Zone. You remember they send Zod to it's like, that's the story. It's like out there, and you're like, nobody knows who the guy was working with. If anyone, no one, there's not a social media picture has surfaced to this kid at all. So someone asked me, was this an inside job or was this intent? And I never say anything I can't back up, ever. Because then my credibility's at stake, and I'm never gonna be a sensationalist about it. But I will tell you this, layered incompetence is intent, correct? I'll give you an example, right?
Can you repeat what you just said one more time?
Layered incompetence is intent.
Exactly.
So my brother-in-law's a doctor, right? He's a smart guy. If he's a doctor, right, and if he goes to the mall on a 110-degree Oklahoma City day, and he's drunk, sorry, Chuck, he's not a drinker, but say he's a smart cat, right? He's sitting right there, and he's drinking, and he's blowing through traffic lights, and he's got some young kid he's babysitting in the car. And then he walks in the mall and leaves him there, and the kid dies. Did he intend to kill him? No. But there is so much layered incompetence, we presume intent. So when you're a Secret Service agent, like I was for 12 years, who's done, high-level, hot zone protection operations everywhere from Afghanistan to Indonesia, I've got the receipts to back it up, and that's why they never mess with me. You ever notice not a single person has come out from the Secret Service and been like, nah, that guy's messing. You ever notice no one's done that? They don't even dare, because I'll just whip out remember this? Oh, you weren't there for that, were you? You didn't see that, okay. So how was he put on the axe? Like, how are you walked out on stage at all when there's an open threat? How does a guy with a rangefinder manage to subvert an entire layered, $1 million security plan? How is it you don't set up a security room? So you don't have to ask me, was it an inside job or not? Because the truth is, I don't know. I don't know insiders. I'm an outsider. But I can tell you for a fact, layered incompetence is intent. And although it is relevant, obviously, if someone on the inside knew about this, and I find it very suspicious that we know nothing about this shooter at all. We know everything. If God forbid you were to, shoot a Democrat, which of course, I am absolutely, resolutely against political violence. If you were to, God forbid, do that, I promise you the media would be talking to the neighbors and everything. But why don't we know anything about this shooter, this killer? Why? You think I'm stupid? There's something going on here. And layered incompetence is absolutely intent.
Well, okay, so layered incompetence is intent. Persistent indifference is approval. So if nobody cares that Donald Trump was just shot in the face 6 weeks ago, that lets you know they approve of it.
No, nobody said, you don't find it odd either? Folks, think about it, right? There was a debate last night, the first one. Since the former president better than probably 50-50 shots going to be the next president, is on stage. How many people brought up that he was shot in the head? Now, listen, there's nothing even remotely, but I got to tell you, man, imagine, again, God forbid it was Democrat. I protected a Democrat. I protected Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George W. Bush. It was like a Democrat sandwich. We don't kill our political leaders, period. But you both know, God forbid someone had done the same thing to Kamala. There would have been moments of silence. Rituals would have been held before. There would have been a 7-minute montage of videos. They would have brought out like every single first responder who was there would have been honored. There would have been a closing statement about it. Donald Trump was shot in the head, not in the halcyon days of like 1954. This just happened. I just saw a movie a few weeks ago when his thing, I was coming out of a movie when I heard it happen. You're 100% correct. Like, the indifference to a man getting shot in the head on live television, and no one even mentions it at the debate. When I said to you before, brothers and sisters, man, the demons are real. Evil's real. It's not some fake thing you've seen. I can't explain it. I don't know what the hell it is. I'm not your preacher. I'm not your philosopher. Is it some quantum mechanics thing? Is it entanglement? Is it every good, particle has an entangled? I have no idea. I don't know what it is. But because I don't know what it is doesn't mean it isn't there. My dog doesn't understand physics. It doesn't mean it's not real. It's real. And the fact that not a single person brought up last night, David Muir, what was with David? Is this guy kidding me? Trump's debating 3 people last night. And then you get this Lindsay, whatever her name is, that they didn't even have the courtesy to say, Mr. President, we want to acknowledge what happened to you. We feel really terrible from the family at ABC. Thank you for coming out tonight. It would have been a moment where I think even you and I can't stand ABC, would have been like, all right, whatever, like at least they said it. Not a word. Not a freaking word about it. Guy got shot in the head on TV. And by the way, he's been amazing. He don't even talk about it. I'm not a name dropper, I promise. It's stupid, and you look like a moron when you do it. And there's 2 things don't ever do. Don't ever tell anyone your education, because then you're probably an idiot. And don't ever name drop. But in this case, it's important. I spoke to him the next day after that. Now, maybe 2 days. I want to be precise. And this guy, man, it was like nothing happened. I was like, hey, Mr. President, I was calling about something. I never call him, ever. So whatever I do, trust me, he picks up, because I never call him. I said to him, man, being a Secret Service guy, shot in the head on that, like, I'm horrified, we let you down. He was like, yeah, that sucked, man, shot in the head. He was, I heard the bullet whizzed by. And then he was like, I think he went on to ask me about Egg McMuffins or something. Like, he's just like, him, like, he's just the most, any other politician would have done a National Day of Remembrance. The guy got shot in the head on live TV, and he's like, yeah, man, really sucked, hurt my ear, I gotta wear this bandage. That's just who he is, man. Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
What it said, I completely agree with that. And in fact, his first reaction to getting shot that night was, I can't believe how brave everybody at the event was. They didn't run.
Right, nothing about it.
And I thought, here this guy's been attacked as a narcissist, among many other things, a threat to democracy. And his first concern is for everybody else, and he's impressed by their bravery. Just quite amazing. But I do think, and I don't want to get dark about it or whatever, but the fact that, for example, last night at the debate, he said to Kamala Harris, you've attacked me as a threat to democracy, not just as someone you disagree with, or the opposing, your opponent, but as an actual threat to the United States and its continued existence. Maybe you inspired the guy to shoot me in the face. And everyone's just like, oh, stop complaining. Oh, shut up, it's just a 223, it's not a big deal. And you feel like they're for violence. I don't know how else to interpret that. A normal person is horrified by someone getting shot. By the way, if Kamala Harris got shot in the face, I would be totally opposed to that. I'm against shooting people in the face, I just am. And I don't like her at all, but they're not against it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, But what you're, I think you and I always ask people to bring facts and data, and we call them, I jokingly call them receipts on the show. Like what you just said isn't even remotely controversial. I mean, that the left, I'm not going to stigmatize all Democrats, but that the modern left, the progressive, liberal, radical left, worships violence as a political tool of oppression is not even remotely controversial if you just read the news. I mean, you had people, am I crazy? Like you all saw it. So BLM and Antifa decide it's a good idea to start burning down American cities, which ironically were mostly liberal. It's like, wow, you ever hear that, the dog, why dogs, like generally you put a dog in a cage to train them because they won't like shit in their own den kind of thing. Not liberals, like they will right there, like you can't train them. They're burning their own cities down, and you've got Ali
Wait,
Velshi.
hold on, they didn't have a choice. I mean, I'm not the first one to note try that in a small town. It actually won't work.
It will not, it's not gonna, it's like, you've got this like, you're so correct because you've got this like Stockholm syndrome with liberals who are like, if I don't let another angry liberal burn my liberal city down, then I'm part of the problem too. You're like, what? Are you always this stupid? Like, did you just hear yourself, you idiot? So it's like, they're burning the cities down. We're all watching this. I mean, brother, you and I were on the air when this is going down, and Ali Velshi from MSNBC, I'm pretty sure it was Ali, he's like, it's a mostly peaceful, but there's a building in the background, bro. It's burning, and there's people like, yeah, this is great. Like, there is zero dispute the left glorifies violence. Zero. We don't have this problem at all. People ask me all the time, oh, political violence, what did January 6th say? Don't riot, don't hate cops. It's not hard. Wait, what's the problem? Oh, you're shocked at my answer. That's fascinating because Kamala Harris, according to the FBI, was almost killed by a pipe bomb, and the only people covering it are freaking conservatives, not you. You told me I was supposed to be concerned about violence on January 6th. I'm the only one talking about it outside of a few other reporters like Julie Kelly. They love violence. They love it. And here's the reason. And don't ever forget this. This is the most frightening part about the modern liberal. See, we're all God-fearing patriots in this room, so you have a built-in emergency brake on your behavior, right? Your values do not come from the Constitution. They're only protected by this document, but they come from God with a capital G. That's a different power. But it creates an asymmetric war for us, and it does, and you should never forget this. Because of that emergency brake, God, there are things you won't do to other people. You just won't. You will not go and punch Tucker Carlson or me in the face. You won't do it. Not because someone told you not to do it, but because God has imbued in you a sense of values, and you just won't do it. The modern secular liberal has no emergency brake at all. When the socialist talks about the ends justifying the means, they're not kidding. The means mean nothing to them. So political violence for them is totally justifiable because there's no moral compass, there's no emergency brake. And if they say, well, if we put shock troops in the street, we'll own the streets, scare the hell out of the conservatives, and we'll engage in a group of hecklers' vetoes where they won't even speak out, then how's that not a W for us? And in their perverse minds, that calculus makes perfect sense. It's their credo. It's how they live. You just have to understand it, or you'll always get your ass kicked by it.
So what they're doing is committing vandalism against the country. It's purely destructive. It's not creative at all. They're building nothing. They're only tearing things down. They pull down statues. They replace them with nothing except the homeless. So you ask, who would do that? Who commits vandalism? Where does that impulse come from, the rage? And of course, it comes from within. Happy people don't do that. Happy people sort of enjoy the flowers. They don't set them on fire. I do think the main difference between left and right in this country, it's not political, it's fundamental. It's one group is happy and the other group is truly miserable. They hate themselves and therefore you. So, by the way, people who hate themselves have no problem hating you. Be very afraid of people who hate themselves, like Kamala Harris. When that camera came on her at the Open, having spent my life on TV, I can see fear instantly. She was terrified. And she kind of pulled herself together, but she was afraid. How do you stay happy? You're on the happy team. Not to get too personal, but like, what is your program for staying happy?
You know, I'm not a happy guy. No, I'm not. I love my wife a lot. I talk about her all the time in the show. She's become kind of a semi-celebrity just for my show and her like crazy date night stories. But you know, you ever read the book, The Natural? Not the movie. The movie's good, but the book, the Malamud book. And there's a line where Roy Hobbs' girlfriend says to Roy, you know, that we all live two lives, the one we learn from and the one we live after that. And that's a great line, but it's the second part she says that really matters. She says, the real path to happiness is through suffering. And she's right. Now, there's a lot of like biochemical reasons beyond the scope of this conversation that I won't bore you with about dopamine and all this other crap. But God gave you a really intricate happiness reward system. But the only way to access it so that it feels good, that really feels good, that it's deep, not liberal happiness, coke, blow, crack, drinking, heroin, whatever. I'm talking about true happiness where you feel you can die one day satisfied. Make no mistake and listen to what I'm telling you. This is the best advice you're ever going to get, not because it came from me, because someone gave it to me and it was genius. It's only through suffering. So people ask me, like, I joke about this cold plunge thing I have, which sucks in the morning, like nothing you've ever seen. You ever jump in 40-degree water at 6 in the morning, every morning, and just sit there and freeze? You know why I do it? Anyone have any idea? Because it sucks. That's why. That's why I do it, because it sucks. No, I'm serious. Yeah, there's cold shock proteins and all this stuff. Your brain is intricately wired by the intelligent creator to have to earn every ounce of happiness. My wife and I have a date night on Friday night. That's the one night a week me and her let loose. And you know what? I earn that. I'm up every morning, working out, jumping in a damn cold plunge. I'm 50 years old, I'm falling apart. I'm sitting there squatting, deadlifting, sweating. I'm done with my show. I'm up from 6. I bang out work from 10 to 3 p.m., right back to show prep the next day, right in the sauna. My wife comes, she doesn't do the cold plunge, she hates it, she only does something. She'll do this. I sit in 190 degrees for 30 minutes. Why do I sit in it? Because it sucks. That's why. And you know what? When you're done with it, you ever listen to Goggins? David goes, you should be doing things that suck. And you know what? Your Friday nights with your wife are gonna be the greatest gift you ever got. Because, you know why? Because it doesn't suck. And you're so used to everything sucking. So am I happy? No. 6 days a week, I'm freaking miserable. But I am as happy as a pig in a shit pile on Friday night. And I love my life, and I'm not suicidal, and I love Jesus. I love my life. I love it, and you'll love it too. Do things that suck. Don't be a liberal. Seek out the fake stuff. Fake, phony stuff. That's what they do. That's why they hate themselves. Everything is fake and artificial. Praise for each other, stupid op-eds they write. So what do? They're all smoking dope and weed all day, be getting up at, who the hell gets up at 10 o'clock in the morning? 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm done with my day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Get your ass up. Sorry.
That is so awesome. I just love that.
Thanks, man.
So take us out with where you think the country is in a year and where you think the people in this room are in a year. You described your listeners not just as people who tune in, but as part of a movement. Where is that movement in a year?
You know, I'm worried about the country. I'm worried because having lived through, I was young with the Reagan Revolution. I don't want to pretend I was active in politics when I was 10. I was born in 74. But I did live through it, and I became fascinated by it at the time. So having lived through that, and then having lived through Rudy Giuliani's New York, I have this expression, again, if you're listeners, you know what it is. And the question I ask everyone, I know the country is blessed and touched by the hand of God. I know it. I know evil's real, but I know good is real too. I do. I know God is real. Like, I feel it. I believe in it. It's an article of faith. I can't prove it to you. I can't pull a spreadsheet out of my butt and say, hey, here it is. But I'm telling you, this country's different. We should not have survived the Revolutionary War. The odds were 5,000 to 1 we were to win that against the British Empire. We were saved in the War of 1812. Some historians will tell you by a thunderstorm. I mean, we shouldn't have won that either. We should have never survived the Civil War and been more prosperous. We shot each other. It was gruesome. Then we survived the hippies. I mean, how the hell survives that? I mean, we should not be here. And it's not only, I mean, we've spent the country into oblivion. We have, you know, I hate the word literally, right? I can't stand it. But we have like non-figurative morons running this place. And not only are we still here, but we're the most powerful empire in the history of the known cosmos. Now, it's not even close. And you're like, so forgive me, but that is not by power of human beings alone. There's something divine about the United States. It's special. I mean it. That's a talking point, brothers. I'm not running for office. The problem I have is it's all cyclical. Like I said to you before, in an unintentional segue, like, think of the country as a collective organism. It has to do things that suck in order to enjoy the good times. And unfortunately, we do a lot of things that suck. So having lived through Giuliani's New York and Reagan's United States, I ask people all the time, do you think it's bad enough yet? Because we'll always, Churchill said it, right? Given all the opportunities in the end, the United States will always do the right thing, right? We'll always figure it out, but it has to get bad enough. And what makes me worry, Tucker, is I just don't think it's bad enough yet. I don't wish suffering on anyone, but I just told you I bring suffering on my own life because I know it makes the good times that much better. And I know in New York, I lived through. I think 2,500 people were murdered in the city. Do you have any idea how many? That's like Afghanistan, like under the Taliban. And everybody in New York was like, oh, this is it. They're definitely going to elect a Republican. They were finding 2-3 dead bodies a day. Giuliani runs. And I don't know if you guys remember what happened. Everybody's like, oh, he won. No, he didn't. No, he lost. Did you know that? And everybody was like, how? What? How the hell did he lost in a sliver to David Dinkins. They called him David
1989.
Stinkins. Yeah, he lost. No one in New York could believe it. They were like, what the hell has to happen? What has to happen? Well, I'll tell you what happened. 2,500 more people were murdered for 4 more years. People died, like actually died, brutal deaths. And then Giuliani ran again, and he won in a close race. And then he ran again 4 years later after cleaning the city up. I lived through it. You know what he won by in a city where the registration advantage was 10 to 1, Democrats or Republican? He won by 18 points. Go look it up. 18 points. So I'm optimistic because I know there's a divine hand of God touching this place. I'm just afraid we're not even close to bad enough yet. And anyone telling you, oh yeah, it's bad enough, people are gonna wake up. We had inflation, it was 9%. 9? Under Jimmy Carter, you had mortgage rates that were 15%. People have to suffer. It's not you. I know what you're thinking. You're out there thinking what me and Tucker are thinking. We want to just wake them up and go, you don't have to do this cold plunge thing. There's a way out of this. It's called don't get dead and don't be an asshole. This isn't hard. Here's the general rule. Don't kill people in the street. Try to give as little money to the government as possible. Control your own health care. And don't cut my kids' genitals off when they're young. This isn't hard. And they're like, but Dan, we gotta try it first. Okay, I can't stop you. Go ahead. I don't know. I don't think I know we'll save ourselves. I just don't know if we're there yet.
Next time we meet, I would like not in a live setting, but a very detailed description of your Friday night. But in the meantime, Dan Bongino.
You guys hear my updates on Monday on the show, right? They're pretty crazy. Don't ever come out with me on Friday night. We've actually been like thrown out of bars and stuff. Kid Rock has that song, get tossed in a mix and thrown out of bars. I've actually lived that. Like, it wasn't my fault though, I promise. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
I totally believe you. Dan Bongino, thank you.
God,
amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. You guys are awesome. That was awesome.
The big tech companies censor our content. I hate to tell you that it's still going on in 2024, but you know what they can't censor? Live events. And that's why we are hitting the road on a fall tour for the entire month of September, coast to coast. We will be in cities across the United States. We'll be in Kansas City with Megyn Kelly, Wichita with Charlie Kirk, Milwaukee with Larry Elder, Rosenberg, Texas with Jesse Kelly, Grand Rapids with Kid Rock, Hershey, Pennsylvania with J.D. Vance, Reading, Pennsylvania with Alex Jones, Fort Worth, Texas with Roseanne Barr, Greenville, South Carolina with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Sunrise, Florida with John Rich, Jacksonville, Florida with Donald Trump Jr. You can get tickets at tuckercarlson.com. Hope to see you there.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater Omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis. Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filii Spiritus Sancti. Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre benigno, those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael Gabriel Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Paolo, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobe, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Nati de Loyola e Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni mado, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturam Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Filii Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus esse diabolo, que vexatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in Tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam Tuam sicura tibi paces libertatis servire, od cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, od nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui proprius miserere semper et parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut unc pamulus Tuos, nomen Padre Benigni, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace Tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum oravita dicet Domino refugium meum et potitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberavi de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali sui sub ombravi tibi et sub penas eius compugius, escutum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturna sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tuo 1010 dextris tuis, attiaut in la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum posuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandabit de te, et custodian te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te ne portio pendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum suscipiam eum quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam illi salutari meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingari. Alacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium meum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clemente restende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos quum admodum sperabimus in te. Emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre. Salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te. Esto ei Domine turis fortitudinis a pace inimici, nil propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei. Mit ei Domine auxilium de sancto adesium tuere eium, ec es victoria, qui vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorum celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, que conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem Vitam Aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris. Creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem et Vitam Aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucim Domini, fugite partis adverse. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditur atque depenso respice superum famulus tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortium, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, Spiritum Sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirme, in tribulatione supplicari docil, et potenti sua protectione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicantes ecclesia, ne sibiris filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli captivitati detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michaeli Arcangeli, et cum torum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatis beni amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri et Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, de tua gratia victoris extraterum maligna, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, de corde diligati tuperibus deserviat, de glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjure te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iuxtu iudice damnam, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Patri. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjure te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recedi ab creatura, nomen quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusivit sanguine suo. Adjure te Satan, deceptor romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recedi ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recedi ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum sancti crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, que respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cienem ex hoc beata medicem omnes generationes, que fecit mi magna qui potenses, et sancto nomine eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium. Fecit potentiam brachius sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui. Reposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, esurientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in aris. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc didictum pamulus tuus. Nomen Patri Bingarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus implicatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pacem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen. Sunt malaque libas, ipse vene labibas, crus sacra sit nihil lux,
non da così micidus, vade retro Satan, cruz sacra sit micilus, non da così micidus, vade retro Satan.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater Omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis,
Cruz sacra sit miculus, non da così
ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita, in nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre
sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael et Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati de Loyola et Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni mado, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus esse diabolo, que vexatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serem dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus ecce dicare dibus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in Tuo sancto servicio comportare conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam Tuam secura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui proprius miserere semper et parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut famulus Tuos, nomen Padre Vingariliani, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace Tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis cum moravit dicet Domino refugium meum et fortitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberavit de telapia binantium et verbo maligno, ali sui sub ombravit tibi et sub penas eius compugius esputum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturno, saggita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent allatere tu mille et 10.000 dextris tuis, attiautem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum posuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculum tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandabit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis vis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte pendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum suscipiam eum quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam illi salutari meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingarim. Alacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clemente restende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos cum admodum sperabimus in te. Emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre. Salvum pax servus tuos, Deus mei sperantem in te. Esto ei Domine turis fortitudinis a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei. Mite ei Domine auxilium de sancto adesium turi eium, ec es victoria, tu vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorum celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus escedicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem Vitam Aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum Filii meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris. Creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem et Vitam Aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos malo libret sic ut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sic ut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sic ut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquabit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditur atrio dipenso respici superum famulus tuos, tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit vi, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, Spiritum Sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirmet, in tribulazione supplicare docile, et potenti sua protezione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicantes ecclesia, nesiberis filium tuum, a patrem indaci possidere, pamodum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat, et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michaeli Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatis beni amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petrit Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, et tua gratia victoris exterrum amina, liberam pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, et corde diligat operibus de Serbia, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjuro te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iuxtu iudice damnani, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Patri. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptavit. Adjuro te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recede ab creatura, nomen Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusivit sanguine suo. Adjuro te Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recede ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recede ergo Satan in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum Sancti Crucis, Iesu Christi Domini nostri, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitate mancilli sue, et cienem ex hoc beata midicem omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potenses, et sancto nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium, fecit potentiam et brachii sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui, et posuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, exorientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisi dinaris. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc didictum pamulus tuus. Nomen Padre Bengarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus infectatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pacem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater Omnipotens, qui vult omnis homine salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris, et Filius, Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre benigno,
sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael et Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati de Loyola et Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus esse diabolo, que vexatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serem dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestias desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam secura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui propriibus miserere semper et parcere suscipere precationem nostrum, ut famulus tuos, nomen Padre Benigno, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace Tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum. qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis cum moravit dicet Domino refugium meum et fortitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum quaniam ipsi libravi de telapio binantium et verbo maligno ali suis sub umbravit tibi et sub penas eius compugius sputum et glorica veritas eius non timebis a timori nocturno et sagitta volante in die a peste perambulante in tenebres exterminio bastante in merige cadent latere tu mille et 10.000 dextris tuis at te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis retributionem peccatorum videvis quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum possuisti habitaculum tuum non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo quaniam angeli suis mandavit de te et custodiant te in omnibus tuis vis in manibus portabunt te ne porte opendas ad lapidem pedem tuum super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis et conculcabis leonem et draconem quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum suscipiam eum quaniam coniobit nomen meum clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum longitudinem dierum replebo eum et ostendam ille salutari meum Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingari. Alacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Domino nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos quim admodum sperabimus in te. Emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innubabis pacem terre. Salvum pax servus tuos, Deus mei sperantem in te. Esto ei Domini turis fortitudinis a pace inimici, nil propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponat noceri ei. Mite ei Domini auxilium de sancto adesium tuere eium, ec es victoria, que vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, que conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad caelos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem vitam aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum, Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, que mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris. Creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem et vitam aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquabit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditor atque depensor respice superum famulus tuos, tuum, nomen Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui vocas gloria consortium, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, spiritum sanctum tuum, et eium in lucta confirmet, in tribulazione supplicari docet, et potenti sua protectione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicantes ecclesia, nesibiris filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beati Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentis antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beatum Michaeli Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum dim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatis beni amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, de quice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, de tua gratia victoris exterrum anima, liberam pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, decorde diligati tuperibus de Serbia, de glorificet laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjure te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iux tu judice damnani, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Patri. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjure te Satan, princeps suis mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recedi ab creatura, nomen Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusibit sanguine suo, adjure te Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recedi ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recedi ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum sancti crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cenem ex hoc beatam edicem omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potenses, et sancto nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium, fecit potentiam et brachis sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui, deposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, isurientes in plebit bonis, et divites divisit in alis. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen Patri Bingarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus impecatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pacem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum sum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater Omnipotens, qui vult omnis homine salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis,
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita, in nomine Patris, et Filius, Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre benedict,
ipse venena
those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael, Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi e Domenice, Sancti Ignati di Loyola e Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni mado, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per adventum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus es a diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem dedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esce dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in Tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam Tuam sicura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christe audi nos, Christe exaudi nos. Oremus Deus qui propriibus miserere semperit parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut onc famulus tuos, nomen Padre Bingariglione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum orabita dicet Domino, refugium meum et fortitudum mea, Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberavi de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali suis sub umbrabit tibi, et sub penas eius compugius, sputum et glorica veritas eius. Non timebis a timori nocturno sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tuo 1000 et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum possuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandavit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte opendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum, suscipiam eum, quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam ille salutari meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingariglione. Alacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos qui admodum sperabimus in te, emiti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre, salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te, Esto ei Domini turis fortitudines a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponat noceri ei, mit ei Domini auxilium de sancto et de Sion tueri eium, ec es victoria, que vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, que conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celus, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem vitam aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum, Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, que mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris. Creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem et vitam aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sic ut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sic ut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sic ut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tuum is regnum potestas et gloria in saecula. ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adverse. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignos spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinqualit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditoratur depenso respice superum pamulus tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui vocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, spiritum sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirmet, in tribulatione supplicari docere, et potenti sua protezione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicante sic lesce, nesiberis filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentis antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat, et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beatum Michele Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatit bene amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri et Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, et tua gratia victoris extraterum maligna, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et incolumen custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, decorde diligati operibus de Serbia, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjuro te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iux tu judice damnam, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Padre Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjuro te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recede ab creatura, nomen Padre Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusibit sanguine suo, adjuro te Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tuaque compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Padre Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recede ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recede ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem, et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum, sancti crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cienem ex hoc beata medicem omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potens es, et sanctum nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium, fecit potentiam et brachis sui, dispersit superbos menti cordis sui, deposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, esurientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisi dinaris. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen Padre Bengarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscepisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi. Quamili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od Spiritus Infitatis amplius in eum, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eum, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pacem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum sum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dus, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dus, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesia sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre benedict,
ipse venena
those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitum, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael, Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Paolo, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannis et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi e Domenice, Sancti Ignati di Loyola e Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni mado, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus es a diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esce dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in Tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestias desideria erigas, od ecclesiam Tuam sicura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christe audi nos, Christe exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui propriibus miserere semperit parcere, suscipere precationem nostrum, ut pamulus tuos, nomen Padre Bingariglione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum morabita dicet Domino, refugium meum et potitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberabit de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali sui sub umbrabit tibi, et sub penas eius compugius, sputum et glorita veritas eius. Non timebis a timori nocturna saggita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tu mille et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum posuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angeli suis mandabit de te, et custodian te in omnibus tuis vis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte opendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eium, suscipiam eium quaniam cognovit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsusum in tribulatione eripiam eium et glorificabo eium, longitudinem dierum replebo eium, et ostendam ille salutari meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingariglione. Allacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium meum. Protege eium sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eium, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos cum admodum sperabimus in te, emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre, salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te, Esto ei Domini turis fortitudinis a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei, mit ei Domini auxilium de sancto et de sium tuere eium, ec es victoria, qui vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorum celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ad Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad caelos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem Vitam Aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem caeli et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum, Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris. Creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem et Vitam Aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucium Domini, fugit et partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignos spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditur atque depenso respice superum pamulus tuum, nomen Patri. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit vi, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, spiritum sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirmet, in tribulatione supplicari docil, et potenti sua protectione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicante sic lesce, ne sibiris filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus homines eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediator in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michele Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritate et beni amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri et Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, et tua gratia victoris extraterum maligna, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, te corde diligati operibus deserviat, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjuro te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iuxto iudicio damnabit, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Patri. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornavit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptavit. Adjuro te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recede ab creatura, nomen Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusivit sanguine suo. Adjuro te Satan, deceptor romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recede ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recede ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem, et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum, sancti crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, que respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cienem ex hoc beata medice omnes generationes, que fecit mi magna qui potens es, et sanctum nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium. Fecit potentiam brachius sui, dispersit superbos menti cordis sui. Reposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, misorientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in aris. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi canis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen Padre Bengarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscepisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus in peccatis amplius in eium, non habeat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te juvente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pagem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum sum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Bengarigliano et
ipse venena
all those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati prenitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael, Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Paolo, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobe, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati di Loyola e Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Santa Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturam Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Filii Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus es ad diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esce di cari vivus et mortuos, pecatores, ut nobis parcas, ut nobis indulgeas, ut nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare conservare digneris, ut mentes nostras et celestias desideria erigas, ut ecclesiam tuam secura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus qui proprius miserere semperit parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut pamulus tuos, nomen Padre Bingariglione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum moravit dicet Domino refugium meum et potitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberabit de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali sui sub ombrabit tibi et sub penas eius compugius, scutum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturna sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tuo mille et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum posuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandabit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te ne portio pendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum suscipiam eum quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam ili salutarim meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingariglione. All'accio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos cum admodum sperabimus in te. Emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre. Salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te. Esto ei Domine turis fortitudinis a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei. Mit ei Domine auxilium de sancto adesium tuere eium, ec es victoria, qui vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorum celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad caelos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem Vitam Aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem caeli et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris. Creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem et Vitam Aeternam. una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugit et partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditor defensor respice superum famulus tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui vocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, spiritum sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirme, in tribulazione supplicari docili, et potenti sua protezione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicante sic lesce, nesiberis filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamodum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat, et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michele Arcangeli, et cum torum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatis veni amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, et tua gratia victoris exterrum maligna, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, et corde diligat et operibus deserviat, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjure te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iuxto iudice damnam, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Padre. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjure te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recedi ab creatura, nomen Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi acquisivit sanguine suo, adjure te Satan deceptor humani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recedi ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recedi ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum sancti crucis, Iesu Christi Domini nostri, vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cienem ex hoc beata medice omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potens es, et sancto nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium. Fecit potentiam brachius sui, dispersit superbos menti cordis sui. Reposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, isurientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in alis. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in secula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi canis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen Padre Bengarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus infectatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te juvente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que tecum vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pacem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas.
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Bengarigliano et Alii. Those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael et Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati de Loyola et Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus esse diabolo, che vexato spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam secura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui proprius miserere semperit parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut onc pamulus tuos, nomen Padre Bingariglione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis turmenter absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis cum moravit dicet Domino refugium meum et fortitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberavit de tellatio binantium et verbo maligno, ali sui sub ombrabit tibi et sub penas eius compugius sputum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturnam saggita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent al latere tuo 1000 et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem apro pinquabit, quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum possuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculum tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandabit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte pendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum suscipiam eum quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam illi salutare meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Bingariglione. All'accio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eum. Protegi eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clemente restende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos cum admodum sperabimus in te, emiti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre, salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te, Esto ei Domine turis fortitudinis a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponat noceri ei, mit ei Domine auxilium de sancto adesium tuere eium, ec es victoria, qui vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in de venturus escidicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem vitam aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, Credete in Iesum Christum, Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexterum Patris. Credete in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, remissionem peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem, et vitam aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditur atque depenso respici superum famulus tuum, nomen Adonai. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diri turpe, acqui opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, spiritum sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirme, in tribulatione supplicari docile, et potenti sua protectione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicantes ecclesia, nesiberis filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingregiatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat, et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beatum Michaeli Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum dim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatis beni amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi, exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petrit Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, de tua gratia victoris exterrum maligna, liberam pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, de corde diligat operibus de Serbia, de glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjuro te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iux tu iudice damnani, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Patri. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjuro te Satan, princeps suis mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recede ab creatura, nomen Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusibit sanguine suo. Adjuro te Satan deceptor romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recede ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recede ergo Satan in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum sancti crucis, Iesu Christi Domini nostri, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, Deus Salvatorin meo, que respicit humilitatem ancilis sue, et cienem ex oppiata mi dicen omnes generationes, que fecit mi magna qui potenses, et sancto nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eius. Fecit potentiam brachi sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui. Et posuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, isurientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in alis. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patria et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen Padre Bengarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus in peccatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que tecum vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pagem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homine salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Bengarigliano et Ali.
ipse venena
Those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael et Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi et Domenice, Sancti Ignati de Loyola et Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem tuam, per adventum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus es ad diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis tui potestatem dedisti super demones, qui serin dexteram patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esce dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestias desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam secura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui propriibus miserere semper et parcere suscipere precationem nostrum, ut onc famulus tuos, nomen Padre Vingarilione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum morabit dicet Domino, refugium meum et fortitudum mea, Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberabit de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali suis sub ombrabit tibi, et sub penas eius compugius, sputum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturnam sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent allatere tu mille et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tu es Domine refugium meum, altissimum possuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angeli suis mandabit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te, ne porte opendas ad lapidem, pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum, suscipiam eum, quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam ille salutare meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Vingarilione. Allacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos quim admodum sperabimus in te. Emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre. Salvum pax servus tuos, Deus mei sperantem in te. Esto ei Domini turis fortitudines a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei, mit ei Domini auxilium de sancto et de Sion turi eum, ec es victoria, que vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, que conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus sub Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esce dicare vivus vivus et mortuus, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem Vitam Aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem Omnipotentem Creatorem Caeli et Terrae, creditis in Iesum Christum Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris, creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem et Vitam Aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucim Domini, fugite partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditoratur depenso respice superum famulus tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortium, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit vi, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, Spiritum Sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirmet, in tribulazione supplicari docet, et potenti sua protectione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicantes ecclesia, nesiberis filium tuum, a Patrem mendaci possidere, pamodum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beatum Michaeli Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatit bene amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri et Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, et tua gratia victoris extraterum anima, liberam pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, decorde diligati tuperibus de Serbia, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjuro te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iux tu judice damnani, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Padre Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornavit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptavit. Adjuro te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicet, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recede ab creatura, nomen Padre Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusivit sanguine suo. Adjuro te Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Padre Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recede ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recede ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem, et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum Sancti Crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cenem ex obviata medicem omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potences, et sancto nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium, fecit potentiam et brachis sui, dispersit superbos menti cordis sui, et posuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, isurientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in alis. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen Padre Bengarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus in peccatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, qui tautam malo non timiat, qui Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, qui te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pacem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum sum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesia sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Bengarigliano et Ali.
ipse venena
Those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael, Gabriel et Raphael, omnes sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnes sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Gregorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi et Domenice, Sancti Ignati de Loyola et Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni mado, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem tuam, per sanctum iunium tuam, per crucem passionem tuam, per mortem sepulturum tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem tuam, per adventum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei Vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus es a diabolo, que vixato spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis tui potestatem dedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esce dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam sicura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christe exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui propriibus miserere semper et parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut onc famulus tuos, nomen Padre Benariglione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum morabitur dicet Domino, refugium meum et fortitudum mea, Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberabit de te lapio binantium et ab verbo maligno, ali suis sub ombrabit tibi, et sub penas eius compugius, sputum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturno sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tuo 1000 et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum possuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandavit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte opendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eum, suscipiam eum, quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eum et glorificabo eum, longitudinem dierum replebo eum, et ostendam ille salutare meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Benariglione. Alacio demonem venantium et ab verbo aspero persequentium eum. Protege eum sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eum, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos cum admodum sperabimus in te, emiti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre, salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te, Esto ei Domini turis fortitudines a pace inimici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponat noceri ei, mit ei Domini auxilium de sancto et de sium tuere eium, Ec es victoria, qui vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum Filium meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus sub Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem vitam aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum Filium meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, quia mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris, creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem et vitam aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos a malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignos spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinqualit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditoratur depensor respice superum pamulus tuum, nomen Adonai. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diri turpet, acri opprimit vi, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, Spiritum Sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirmet, in tribulatione supplicari docil, et potenti sua protectione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicantis ecclesia, nesiberis filium tuum, a patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericus Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruce murieris, caput serpentis antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michele Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatit bene amobi eis palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri et Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, et tua gratia victoris ex terram maligna, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et incolunem custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, te corde diligat operibus de Serbia, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjure te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iux tu judice damnam, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Patri. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjure te Satan, princeps suius mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicit, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, Recedi abba creatura, nomen quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusibit sanguine suo, agiurit Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tuaque compungit, mendacia, exe ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen, quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recedi ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recedi ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem, et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum, sancti crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cenem ex obviatam edicem omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potences, et sanctum nomine eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eius, fecit potentiam brachi sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui, et posuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, isurientis in plebit bonis, et dibites divisi dinaris. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen, Padre Bingarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscepisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donavit, presta Domine, od spiritus infitatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, Dei vente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, qui tecum vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pagem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesia sui vocem benignos exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Bingarigliano et alii. Those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael, Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Paolo, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati di Loyola e Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Santa Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omni sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem Tuam, per sanctum iunium Tuum, per crucem passionem Tuam, per mortem sepulturum Tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem Tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem Tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus es a diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis Tui potestatem dedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esce dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestias desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam sicura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui propriibus miserere semper et parcere suscipere precationem nostram, ut unc famulus Tuos, nomen Padre Vingarilione, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace Tui pietatis clementer absolvet per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum morabita dicet Domino refugium meum et potitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberabit de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali sui sub ombrabit tibi et sub penas eius compugius, scutum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturna sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tuo mille et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum posuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandabit de te, et custodiam te in omnibus tuis vis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte opendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eium, suscipiam eium, quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamabit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsusum in tribulatione eripiam eium et glorificabo eium, longitudinem dierum replego eium, et ostendam ille salutare meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Vingarilione. Alacio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eium. Protege eium sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eium, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Domino nostrum. Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos cum admodum sperabimus in te, emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre, salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus, sperantem in te, Esto e Domini turis fortitudinis a pace nemici, nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei, Mite Domine auxilium de sancto adesium tuere eium, ec es victoria, que vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patre omnipotentem, Creatorum celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meis unicum, Dominum nostrum, que conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sed dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esce vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem Vitam Aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrium Omnipotentem, Creatorem Caeli et Terre, creditis in Iesum Christum, Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, que mortis resurrexit, sed dexteram Patris, creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, Carnis Resurrectionem et Vitam Aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum et potestas et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adversae. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignos spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditur depenso respice superum pamulus tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortium, vetus adversarius eius diriturte, acri opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, Spiritum Sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirmet, in tribulazione supplicare docil, et potenti sua protezione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicante Ecclesia, ne sibiris filium tuum, a Patrim indaci possidere, pamulum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michele Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatis beni amobi eis palaci insidias, Deus libertate et gratia, nequice vinculi solvi. Exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petri et Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, que tua gratia victoris exterrum anima, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et incolumen custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, recorde diligat operibus deserviat, te glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjure te Satan, hostis humani salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iuxtu iudice damnam, discere ab hoc pamulo Dei nomen Padre Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornabit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptabit. Adjurat Satan vincit suis mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicit, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recedi ab creatura, nomen, quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusibit sanguine suo, adjurat Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tuaque compungit, mendacia, ex ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen, quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recedi ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recedi ergo Satan, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem, et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum, sancti crucis, Iesu Christi, Domini nostri, vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, que respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cienem ex oppiata medice omnes generationes, que fecit mi magna qui potens es, et sanctum nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium, fecit potentiam brachi sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui, reposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, disorientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in alis. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deis in versi canis creator et salvator in nunc dilectum pamulus tuus. Nomen, Padre Bingarigliano Italia. Misericordia suscepisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus implicatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et autem malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pagem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesia sui vocem benignus exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Bingarigliano et alii. Those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michael, Gabriel et Raphael, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Baptista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcha et profeta, Sancti Petre et Paulum, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannes et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Gregorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati di Loyola e Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Santa Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem tuam, per sanctum iunium tuum, per crucem passionem tuam, per mortem sepulturum tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Filii Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus esse diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus ecce dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare e conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam sicura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui proprius miserere semper et parcere suscipere precationem nostram, ut pamulos tuos, nomen Padre Vingariliani, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis, cum oravita dicet Domino refugium meum et potitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberavi de telapia binantium et aberbo maligno, ali sui sub ombravi tibi et sub penas eius compugius, scutum et glorita veritas eius, non timebis a timori nocturna sagita volante in die, a peste perambulante in tenebres, exterminio bastante in merige, cadent a latere tuo mille et 10.000 dextris tuis, a te autem la propinquabit quaci oculis tuis considerabilis, retributionem peccatorum videvis, quaniam tuis Domine refugium meum altissimum posuisti habitaculum tuum, non accedet a te malum et flagellum non propinquabit tabernaculo tuo, quaniam angelis suis mandavit de te, et custodiant te in omnibus tuis viis, in manibus portabunt te ne porte pendas ad lapidem pedem tuum, super aspidem et basiliscum ambulabis, et conculcabis leonem et draconem, quaniam mi adhesit liberabo eium suscipiam eium quaniam coniobit nomen meum, clamavit ad med ego exaudium meum, cum ipsus sum in tribulatione eripiam eium et glorificabo eium, longitudinem dierum replebo eium, et ostendam illi salutarim meum, Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sanctus, sic ut erat in principio et nunc et semper et in saecula saeculorum. Oremus. Susceptor et refugium nostrum, Domine, libera servum tuum, nomen Padre Vingariliani. Allaccio demonem venantium et aberbo aspero persequentium eium. Protege eium sub umbra alarum tuarum, circumda eium, tue fortitudis escuto, et salutari tuum ei clementer stende, per Christum Dominum nostrum.
nunque suade mihi vana, sunt mala quelli
Fiat misericordia tua, Domine, super nos primadmodum sperabimus in te,
cruz sacra sit mihi lux,
emitti spiritum tuum et creabuntur et innobabis pacem terre,
vade retro satana,
salvum pax servus tuos, Deus meus sperantem in te,
mihi vana,
Esto e Domine turis fortitudinis a pace inimici,
ipse venena biba,
nel propitiat inimicus in eo et filius iniquitatis non opponent noceri ei,
non da così
Mite Domine auxilium de sancto et de sium tuere eium,
nunque
ec es victoria, qui vincit mundum, fides nostra. Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, et in Iesum Christum, Filium meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, qui conceptus est de Spiritu Sancto, natus ex Maria Virgine, passus ab Pontius Pilato, crucifixus mortus et sepultus, descendit ad infernus, tertia die resurrexit a mortuis, ascendit ad celos, sede dexteram Dei Patris omnipotentis, in deventurus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, credo in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem vitam aeternam. Amen. Ab renunciati Satane, ab omnibus operibus eius, ab omnibus pompis eius, creditis in Deum Patrem omnipotentem, Creatorem celi et terre, creditis in Iesum Christum, Filei meus unicum, Dominum nostrum, natum ex Maria Virgine, passum et sepultum, qui mortis resurrexit, sede dexteram Patris, creditis in Spiritum Sanctum, Sanctam Ecclesiam Catholicam, Sanctorum Communionem, Remissionem Peccatorum, carnis resurrectionem et vitam aeternam. Una simul cum fratre nostro, Deum deprecemur, ut nos malo libret sicut Dominus nostri Iesus Christus, nos docuit orare. Pater noster, qui es in celi, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Quia tumis regnum potestis et gloria in saecula. Ecce crucem Domini, fugite partis adverse. Spirituoris tui repellit Domini malignus spiritus, impereis utricedant, quia propinquavit regnum tuum. Deus humani generis conditur atque depenso respice superum famulus tuum, nomen Padre. Quem ad tuam imaginem formasti, et ad tui bocas gloria consortio, vetus adversarius eius diriturque, acqui opprimit di, sebo terrori conturbat, miti super eium, Spiritum Sanctum tuum, et eium inducta confirme, in tribulazione supplicare docile, et potenti sua protezione muniat. Exaudi Sancti Pater, gemitum, supplicante sic lesce, ne sibiris filium tuum, a Patrim indaci possidere, pamodum quem Christus suo sanguine redemit, diaboli, captivitate detenere, templum spiritus tui, ad immundo inhabitare spiritu. Exaude misericors Deus, preces beata Virginis Mariae, cuius filius in cruci muriens, caput serpentes antiqui contribit, et cunctus hominis eadem matri filius concredidit. Fugiat in hoc pamulo tuo, lux veritatis, ingrediatur in eium, gaudium pacis, spiritus sanctitatis eium, possidia, et in habitando serenus redat et purum. Exaudi Domine et deprecationem beati Michele Arcangeli, et cunctorum angelorum tibi ministrantium. Deus virtutum vim diaboli repelli, Deus veritatit bene amobi eius palaci insidias, Deus libertatit gratia, nequice vinculi solvi, exaudi Deus humani salutis amator, orationem apostolorum tuorum Petrit Pauli, et omnium sanctorum, de tua gratia victoris extraterum maligna, libera pamulum tuum, ab omni aliena potestate, et inculum in custode. O tranquille devotione restitutus, e corde diligat operibus de Serbia, de glorificet, laudibus et magnificet vita per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Adjure te Satan, hostis humanis salutis, agnosi justitiam et bonitatem Dei Patris, qui superbiam et invidiam tuam. Iux tu judicio damnali, discere ab hoc pamulo, Dei nomen Padre Benigni. Quem Dominus ad imaginem suam fecit, si ornavit moneribus atque in filium misericordia adoptavit. Adjurat Satam princeps suis mundi, agnosi potentiam et in virtutem, Iesu Christi, qui te in deserto dicit, in orto superabit, studiabit in cruce, et de sepulcro resurgens, tua tropia in regnum transtulit lucis, recedi ab creatura, nomen Padre Benigni. Quem nascendo fecit sibi pratrem, et moriendo sibi accusivit sanguine suo, adjurat Satan deceptor Romani generis, agnosi spiritum veritatis et gratiae, et tuas repellit insidias, tua qui compungit, mendacia, ex ab hoc plasmati Dei, nomen Padre Benigni. Quem ipsi signavit superno sigillo, recedi ab hoc viro, quem Deus spiritali unctione templum sacrum effecit, recedi ergo Satan in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, recede per fidem et orationem ecclesiae, recede per signum sancti crucis, Iesu Christi Domini nostri, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Magnificat anima mea Dominum, et exultabit spiritus meus, in Deus Salvatorin meum, qui respicit humilitatem ancilli sue, et cienem exorbiata midicem omnes generationes, qui fecit mi magna qui potens es, et sancto nomen eius, misericordia eius in progenis, tementibus eium. Fecit potentiam brachii sui, dispersit superbos menti cordi sui. Reposuit potentis de sede, et exaltabit humiles, isurientes in plebit bonis, et dibites divisit in aris. Suscipet Israel puerum suum, recordatus misericordiae, sicut locutus es ad fratres nostros, Abraham et semine eius in saecula, gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Deus universi carnis creator et salvator, in nunc didictum pamulus tuus, nomen Padre Benigni Italia. Misericordia suscipisti, conserva eium providentia tua, et in libertate custodi, quam ili filius tuum donabit, presta Domine, od spiritus in peccatis amplius in eium, non abiat potestatem, ingrediantur in eium, te iubente bonitas et pax Spiritus Sancti, et aucam malo non timiat, que Dominus Iesus Christus nobiscum est, que te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum, Dominus vobiscum, benedicat vobis Dominus custodiat vos, illuminat pagem suam super vos et misereatur vestri, convertat vultum suum et vos, et donic vobis suam pacem, benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater, et Filius, et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas, crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana. Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit mihi dux, vade retro Satana.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Deus Pater omnipotens, qui vult omnis homines salvo spire, sit cum omnibus vobis.
Crus sacra sit mihi lux, non daco sit
Ecce aqua benedicta, sit nobis salus et vita. In nomine Patris et Filius Spiritus Sancti.
Sunt malaque libas, ipse venena bibas.
Omnipotentis Dei misericordiam Patris carissimi, supplices exoremus, ut sanctorum omnium intercessione promotus. Ecclesi sui vocem benignius exaudiat, pro Patre nostro. Padre Benigni, Alii. Those who are sick, those who are infested, those who are possessed, and those who are having strong temptation. Qui gravi necessitati premitur, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancti Michaela, Gabriele Trapel, omnis sancti angeli Dei, Sancti Elia, Sancti Ioannis Battista, Sancti Iosef, omnis sancti patriarcae et profeta, Sancti Petre et Pauli, Sancti Andrea, Sancti Ioannis et Jacobi, omnis sancti apostoli et evangeliste, Sancta Maria Magdalena, omnis sancti discipuli Domini, Sancti Stefani, Sancti Laurenti, Sancti Perpetua et Felicitas, omnis sancti martires, Sancti Grigorii, Sancti Ambrosi, Sancti Hieronime, Sancti Agustine, Sancti Martine, Sancti Antoni, Sancti Benedicte, Sancti Francesi Domenice, Sancti Ignati de Loyola et Francesi Xavier, Sancti Ioannis Maria Vianney, Sancta Catarina Sinensis, Sancta Teresia Iesu, omnis sancti et sancti Dei, propitius esto, ab omni malo, ab omni peccato, ab insidies diaboli, a morte perpetua, per nativitatem tuam, per sanctum iunium tuum, per crucem passionem tuam, per mortem sepulturum tuam, per sanctam resurrectionem tuam, per admirabilem ascensionem tuam, per advendum Spiritus Sancti Paracliti, Christi Fili Dei vivi, qui pro nobis tentatus esse diabolo, que vixatus spiritibus immundis liberasti, qui discipulis tui potestatem vedisti super demones, qui serent dexteram Patris pro nobis intercedis, que venturus esse dicare vivus et mortuos, peccatores, od nobis parcas, od nobis indulgeas, od nos metipsus in tuo sancto servicio comportare conservare digneris, od mentes nostras et celestes desideria erigas, od ecclesiam tuam secura tibi paces libertatis servire, ut cunctis populis pacem et veram concordiam donare digneris, ut nos exaudire digneris, Christi audi nos, Christi exaudi nos. Oremus Deus, qui propriumus miserere semper et parcere, suscipere precationem nostram, ut unc famulus tuos, nomen Padre Vingariliani, quas diabolici potestatis catena constringet, miserace tui pietatis clementer absolvet, per Christum Dominum nostrum, qui habitat in protectione altissimi sub ombra omnipotentis cum habita dicet Domino refugium meum et potitudum mea Deus meus sperabo in eum, quaniam ipsi liberavi de tellatio binantium et verbo maligno, ali suis sub ombra tibi et sub penas eius compugius, sputum et glorita veritas eius,